All right. So my thought process is just gonna chill today and watch, watch stuff. Maybe play some GFL later. Who knows? I've got food, so all right. So we're gonna switch to this. I'm gonna do that. And then I know intermission's probably not the right term, but it's fine. I think this is the right one. There we go. I'm just gonna chill. Probably gonna watch basically anything that isn't the artist reacts ones, just 'cause I prefer those. I prefer the more like
This is
vlog
what a real muzzle flash looks like.
style stuff.
Notice the flying shells, the gun's forceful kickback, and the light illuminating my body. That last one's super important because I'm gearing up to make an action film where it's pitch black and the only light is the flash from a gunshot.
Unfortunately, we're going to be filming inside of a real office building, which means I can't use loud blanks. Instead, I'm gonna have to use this. This is what an airsoft gun looks like.
Now I can add shells and fire and smoke and all that stuff in post, but what I cannot add is the light. I can try isolating sections of my body and brightening them up, but this never looks as good as the real thing. And what the heck am I supposed to roto when the scene is pitch black?
So I can't use airsoft, and I can't use blanks. I'm going to have to create something new, using skills in coding and electronics that I don't have yet. I need to invent an airsoft gun that has real muzzle flashes. Sam and I started making action movies when we were 14 years old. I remember
Yep.
Sam's first gun prop. It was a pipe with napkins taped with black tape under it to be like the stock of the gun, and it's painted black. And then we discovered there's a little thing called eBay. And there's this little invention called airsoft guns.
I was too young to legally be purchasing stuff there, but nonetheless, I had airsoft guns shipped directly to my door.
A perfect replica of Agent Smith's gun from The Matrix shows up.
Wow, my mind was blown. I felt like I had the power to do anything.
What else do I need? Just a script, an idea, start shooting. So receiving that first airsoft gun was like receiving permission to make movies. But we're realizing that there's a shortcoming. That is the light.
Trying to fake the lighting, it never gets easier. It never really looks better. It would be cool if there was a solution to that.
That feeling when we got the airsoft guns for the first time and like, we're like, oh my God, this looks so cool. I hope that feeling comes back when I go and lights go off this time. I have a feeling it's gonna feel really cool.
I'm basically eating my Christmas dinner.
So I know what I want. I want my actor to shoot an airsoft gun, which will make a loud bang, which will get detected by some sort of decibel meter. In turn, that will send a signal to turn my lights on and off. I know there's little computers to control electronics like Arduinos and Raspberry Pi, but I've never used them and I don't really know anything about them. And I know there's a protocol for controlling lights using something called DMX, but I've never used it and don't know a whole lot about it. I don't have any technical skills.
So basically he knows
but
nothing of
I at
what he's
least know
doing.
what to Google. And that's perhaps the most important step. I want to build a special effects device that will turn a light on or off if it detects a loud noise. So there's a chat system named Claude. It just gave me a step-by-step instruction on how to build it, the code to run, and the parts I need to buy and how to assemble them. Can you give me shop links to every part that I need to buy?
Nico, you can't just buy whatever it tells you to buy.
Yeah, I already bought them, actually.
Bruh.
So I guess on Thursday when the parts arrive, we will find out if I have a working prototype, $125 worth of e-waste. Everything has
I
arrived.
kind of like that
Let's see
term.
what we got. An
E-waste.
Arduino starter kit, a sound sensor, OLED screen, DMX shield, potentiometers, and a project box. I'm going to try to build this thing now. Honestly, my confidence level right now, out of 100, is like 80.
to hop into something brand new like this in less than a day and think that you're gonna have all your problems solved, it is a little naive.
Is it working? I can't tell. The screen didn't turn on. My confidence level right now is still a solid 80%.
Nico's
Really?
probably going to say 80% confidence each time you ask him.
Confidence, 80%.
Is he scared? Is he scared to reveal the truth? Because there's no way you're always 80% confident.
My confidence level is still 80%. I don't know what
Sure,
causing it,
sure.
but I do know that if I simplify and I go back to square one, if things work, I can just add things one by one until they break. So if I take an LED here, this should just turn on. All right. And the OLED screen. Oh, it worked. So it can communicate. Let's get the audio sensor working. Let's get the potentiometer working. Get this light turn on. There it is. Wow. Look at this. I can change my threshold with this little dial. And if I clap,
Maybe it's
triggered.
the.
Okay, so
Oh.
the little spikes of audio aren't triggering it. That's weird, it went down. The core systems are working, but I'm not seeing it pick up the snaps and the peaks of sound. I don't know why. So needless to say, I
Is
need
it
to do a
something
little
up
bit of
with
reading
the
up on this.
microphone?
The problem I ran into is that I was treating this piece of hardware like a microphone, but it's a lot more primitive than that. So I have to then come up with turning that into real world measurable sound levels.
Here come the drums.
Yep, my confidence level is still 80%. So now it's time to take
Nah,
these detected
no
audio
way.
peaks and use those to turn on an actual professional theater light using DMX. Not the wrapper, but the protocol. This is the Lightstorm 300X. It can do daylight and tungsten. Right here, we have DMX in. So I'm already seeing one thing that I have to contend with. These are 5-pin DMX ports. These are 3-pin DMX ports. I gotta find a 5-pin
Oh, right.
to 3-pin adapter, I think. I can't finish testing the DMX stuff until that
Oh, well.
arrives. It's arrived. 3-pin to 5-pin converter. Plugs into this port here, connected to my light. Now I need to get them all speaking the same language. Confidence level, 80%. Nope, I can't get that dang light to turn on yet. I don't know why. It's not uploading to the Arduino. Is it just my fault? Am I using it incorrectly? Or is it
Probably.
actually
Dolby.
broken?
Oh,
I don't know
no.
the difference right now. So I just have to test and test and test.
The sneaky part with Nico is that when he gets frustrated, he doesn't necessarily wear it on his sleeve. It's hard to tell when he's about to snap.
Step 4, I need to get this light to communicate with this board. This is the last roadblock standing between me and having this function. I have half an hour to figure this out. So I'm gonna do my best. Confidence level, 79%.
Oh.
79.
Oh.
That must mean he is going to have a manic episode. He's on the brink. He might be ready to end it all.
Jeez. Jeez, Sam. Like,
Okay.
I know you've known him for literal
Don't know if
decades.
it's actually working or not. Let's now see what happens here. Is that it?
The thing about false confidence is that you only have it if you end up quitting, hunkering down, learning what you need to figure out. You will solve a problem eventually.
We got them talking. The Rosetta Stone has been unlocked.
False confidence turned real.
Here's what we're gonna try. We're gonna try making the light blink. Confidence level is 81%.
If he's 81% confident, this project is as good as done then.
It's working! Yes.
Okay, that's sick.
I feel like I'm firing a gun a little bit.
We have a brand new shirt. It is available
Of
at
course.
corridordigital.store, and you will only have 1 week to place orders.
Now, Corridor Digital. After we were all in the podcast room just shooting airsoft guns, I just had to shoot a short action film. So I got this little zombie idea.
This is not a zombie costume. This is literally a pair of pants. Literally, I'm busting through the crotch of these pants. I was looking for the sleeves and I couldn't find them, but that's because they're leg holes.
I'm gonna run this light through a few tests here, and I'm gonna specifically do things that you can't do with either airsoft guns or with blanks. Let's get going. Our first muzzle flash shot.
3, 2, 1, action.
What do you guys think?
I love it. Muzzle flashes are very cool.
Also, you get authentic rolling shutter. Now we're gonna do the machine gun, automatic fire.
I had you shoot straight at the barrel of the lens. You can't do that on a Hollywood set.
That felt cool. That felt rad. That looks great. All right, here's what's gonna happen. Austin, you come running up. Put my foot on you, push you back. Blap, blap, blap. You wouldn't be able to do this with a blank firing submachine gun. The muzzle flashes, the amount of
Yeah.
gunpowder burning here would be way too dangerous. There is an actor that died when, as a joke, they did take a blank firing pistol, put it against their head, and they pulled the trigger. And, you know.
I'm pretty glad we're not using real blanks, because otherwise I'd be dead.
Oh, oh.
Ow.
Well, I think the blanks
Let's get a
are
solo
not the
angle
thing you
of
need to
Austin
worry
dying.
about.
So Austin, rather than trying to react to me going bang, 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 you get to just decide when you're going to react. And all you have to do is make a noise, and this will cue the gunfire. Ouch, ooh, ow, ooh, ah! Or maybe it's bang, 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 and the other one's in your legs, and you go down. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah.
It looks really funny.
Nice. Good death.
I fucked that up. I just fucked that up. I hit cut prematurely because I knew the shot was ruined. Getting frustrated with something and openly being emotional, that's not necessarily a good thing to do when you're trying to work and lead a group of people. I fucking suck. Fuck. That's the fastest way to have them lose confidence in you. Fuck. I ruined the shot by panning over. As creative partners, we rely on each other for different things, you know, Nico and myself. I'm sorry for making you guys do the same fucking shot a million times.
That's okay.
Ugh.
You guys are doing great.
It's definitely Nico's job to remain cool, calm, and collected. And that's certainly what I rely on him for.
Sam, thank you for shooting that.
No problemo.
That went great. You know what makes filmmaking fun? When you can just come up with a shot on the spot, have it almost look as good as the real thing. Pretty nice. It's pretty nice! This day went far better than I thought it would. We didn't have one technical issue with the light. It's really fast and easy. You don't have to think about it, and it just kind of happens. And that's like the
It's
best
fake.
tool.
Nico looks like he's having a blast.
I had a great time on the shoot. And it did take me back. Sam and I have been buddies and we made videos together since we were 14 years old. And even now, it's still me and my buddy with airsoft guns, making it up as we go.
Alright, let's see. What's the actual thing look like? Okay, yeah, no, now with the added visuals, it looks very good. I like how they were just outside the door.
Forgot my lunchbox.
There's something to be said about practical flashes that really sell the effect of a muzzle flash. It's crazy how that
Look
works.
at that real lighting. Look at that
Yeah.
real ambient brightening.
Making the effects was actually really fast too. You know, in the past, you'd have to brighten the light on the person.
It's a surprising amount of work for not that much payoff. It's a single frame.
So that's what it could have looked like, but let me show you guys how easy it was. Thanks to my little device. Here's a raw frame. All I need to do is add a good muzzle flash asset, add some lens emulation and haze emulation to that, and that's it.
If I ever do a gunfight, I'm gonna steal this rig.
Did you even use the pen tool once?
Okay, to be
This was
fair,
created for a scene that I had in mind for the second Gray Matter short, and this is gonna work totally fine.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it'll be great.
so the fact that they can just skip an entire section of the post process, like post, just that's big, because That's a whole like extra step you don't have to do. Alright, let's see what's next. Is there a car that can jump the Grand Canyon?
If you're like me, you're probably wondering how fast you need to go to jump the Grand Canyon. Well, let's find out.
Faster than that.
Now, I'm not the first to be drawn to the challenge posed by the Grand Canyon's girth. There have been many daredevils before me who also wanted a taste.
Whew, that's a view there, buddy.
But no one dreamed of soaring above it more than Evel Knievel. Evel was someone who understood that the only thing standing between a man and complete freedom is the ground.
You at one time wanted to jump Grand Canyon,
That's
didn't
right.
you?
There are a lot of people that can say, when I jump the canyon, if I splat against the other side, that I was crazy. But they will be proud of me because I've kept my word.
Sadly, he never did get a chance to live his dream of jumping that big ol' hole. That is until his son, Robbie, mounted up in 1999 to jump a small section of it.
That's still a Grand Canyon jump. That's crazy.
And he made it. But if you look at that footage, you can probably tell it's not the gap you imagine when you think of the Grand Canyon. And if humanity ever wants to claim victory over God's personal pothole, we have to beat it at its best.
Okay, but
We have to jump it rim to rim. But is it even possible to jump the full extent of the Grand Canyon? So clearly I don't fully understand the scale of the Grand Canyon, but if we're talking scale, I think I know a guy.
Ren. Yep.
Ren, buddy. Hey, you didn't hurt your arm, did you? Can't ask me that. HIPAA laws. So, you typically know the scale of things, right?
No, I typically know how to look up the scale of things.
That's good enough. I need to know the scale of the
I
Grand
love that they
Canyon.
have a shirt
the Grand
for
Canyon
Brett's.
is the biggest
What
canyon
up,
in the world.
son?
The average width is about 10 miles. That's how wide it is from rim to rim.
This is great information. Look, I'm trying to jump this thing.
The what? The canyon? The whole canyon?
The grand part, the grandest part.
What do you mean by jump?
Like, you know?
It's not possible to jump across the Grand Canyon.
But is it?
I mean, you can paramotor across it or something like that, you know, get some sort of like airplane to take off and go across. So when you say jump, are you envisioning an Evel Knievel type situation where you jump a car across the entire width of the Grand Canyon? All of your velocity right at the beginning, and then no more additional thrust afterwards, and you're supposed to clear
10 miles.
That's insane.
It is insane. But you know what's insaner? You land a stunt like this, brother, you live forever.
First off, if you're standing at the beach and you're looking out at the horizon above the ocean, do you know how far away that is?
10 miles?
3 miles.
Ooh.
What?
So you're talking about a jump that goes 3 times further than the furthest thing you can see.
Then pirates go.
The-
That's farther than pirates go.
Um,
Look, possible, impossible, we'll learn soon enough, okay? We'll put that to the side for now. I'm thinking this time I use a ramp, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the best approach. Like, what should the ramp look like?
So there's a few assumptions we need to make because there's 3 different things that are going to essentially determine how any of this works.
True.
One is how fast do you have to go? Because you don't have to have a ramp to be able to clear a gap. You just have to be going fast enough. Do you know how long it takes for a bullet? If you were to fire a bullet horizontally, do you know how long it would take for that to hit the ground?
No.
It would take about this long.
No.
That's how fast it falls.
No.
Like legit, for real. It is flying sideways very, very fast, but it still falls to the ground at the same speed as you just dropping something. What you're talking about is projectile motion. When you jump
Wait.
off of a ramp, your force
Is that
vectors
the
are immediately
case?
split between how fast you're going forward
Then
and
isn't
how much
bullet
you're being
drop
dragged
solved?
downwards by gravity. So whatever your initial speed is, the moment you jump, it will never be that fast ever again. Thanks to another aspect of this called drag. When you're going through the air is going to be pushing back on you. And that is going to continuously slow you down.
I do
you
love
got
that
like
these
the
are-
brakes on just a little bit.
And that's the air pushing against you?
Exactly.
Like, they
Projectile
teach
motion
stuff,
will
you know?
tell you how far you'd go.
I
in
mean, I already
vacuum,
got
and then
most
you
of
apply
this,
drag
but,
to this,
like,
and that'll tell you how far you actually go.
So
The
really,
fact they
we're
go
in
through
a
the
race
effort.
against the clock for the drag slowing you down and the gravity pulling you down.
And the challenge with the drag is that it's related to the square of your speed, which means that if you double your speed, you quadruple your drag.
Oh, shoot. So it only gets worse.
It gets significantly worse the faster you go. But the last thing is the actual angle at which you launch.
So is there an ideal angle for that ramp where you still get the benefit of your forward speed, but the advantage of your higher height?
If there was no drag at all, you would want to jump off of something at a 45-degree angle.
So a 45-degree ramp would be ideal for jumping the Grand Canyon.
There's so many asterisks on this because it's like we're still dealing with a gap that is too large to overcome.
We'll see. We'll see. Thank you for this math. This is great.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think in the true spirit of evil, I'm going to need to see this physics applied to real-world vehicles. If I'm getting back in that car.
Back in the car?
We'll talk about it later.
Everything all right?
Yeah.
That is not a face of all right.
I'm fine.
Thank you. Jordan?
Oh, I'm so hungry, but I don't have time. Luckily, time is never a factor.
I knew it.
With today.
Hold on.
Ow.
Oh, dang, I did start it perfectly.
Jesse, what are you doing right now?
I'm busy.
Wrong. You're driving me to the Grand Canyon.
Why?
Let's go, please. We don't have to.
For what?
To where?
Okay.
The first thing we're gonna need in order to make this 10-mile jump.
Just the why. The most sad why I've
Give me a
ever.
ramp, but not just any ramp. Oh, we're gonna need a big one. As Brent outlined, a 45-degree angle will
I should
be
probably
optimal,
eat
but we need
the-
to make sure
my
it is
slice of
gradual
cake
enough
now.
so we don't save speed as the cars accelerate up it. We'll also need a vehicle. And I think in situations like this, it's good to have a baseline. And what better baseline vehicle is there than the car your aunt's been driving since 1991, the Honda Civic? Despite being a compact car, the Civic has a surprisingly good power-to-weight ratio, making it both light and quick, reaching a top speed of 126 miles per hour. Okay.
Yep. That's further than I thought.
Not what I expected. Okay, well, let's step it up with one of the fastest consumer-facing cars on the market, the Tesla S Plaid. I'm feeling good about this one. The Tesla S Plaid has both incredible acceleration and one of the lowest drag coefficients of any production car. Okay, Tesla's coming up.
This is going. This is going. And whoop.
I'll do a little better than that. Okay, well, clearly we need to go beyond cars that are made for us mere mortals. We need to get a car that is built for racing. This is an F1 racing car. In 2006, one of these puppies reached a top speed of 256 miles per hour. Okay, let's get serious. F1.
Yep.
Oh. Oh, that was actually pretty bad.
I had a
It
feeling.
seems that our problem is that it's designed to apply a ton of downward force via the rear wings in order to keep them stuck to the track, which means its speed is almost completely wasted on our jump. Well, luckily I have one more trick up my sleeve. It is the fastest car in recorded human history. The Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute. How do you say that? It doesn't how do you say it? Koenig?
I don't know.
With a twin turbocharged V8 engine, the Jesko Absolute can reach a theoretical 330 miles per hour.
What do you mean theoretical?
This is it. Come on, baby. What?
I mean, you
That's
beat a
it?
kilometer. Kilometer and
That's
a
the
half.
fastest car in the world, and it barely made it off the edge.
Wait, we drove all the way out here for this?
What if it's not the car? What if it's the ramp? If I just make the ramp bigger, the biggest the world has ever seen, the car will have enough time in the air to get across. I just need a bigger ramp.
But you'd run out of velocity.
If it's just a huge ramp and it goes off the top, technically it can make it all the way.
How do you get up to the top of the ramp?
One step at a time, brother.
How do you come to me with these half-baked questions? No, the downside to making a bigger ramp is that now you lose speed as you're going up the ramp. A 45-degree ramp, I don't think any car can drive up, so you have to rely on momentum to carry you up that ramp, but at a certain point, you're gonna lose all your speed and you're gonna start slipping back down. I think the only way for this to work is that if you have some sort of platform that's already like super high, we're talking like maybe 7 miles up in the air, and then you just drive really fast off the edge of that, and that gives you enough dropping time that you could clear the Grand Canyon.
Good.
What do you mean good?
That means that we can jump it.
I think at a certain point, yes, you could cross the Grand Canyon, but you wouldn't be jumping it, you'd be falling.
Falling. In essence, I will have built another Grand Canyon that I'm just falling into. But I'm trying to make the greatest jump in human history.
At the end of the day, if you don't have enough speed, you can't make the jump because that's the whole point of the jump. It's directly correlated to how fast you're able to jump. I've said from the beginning, this is impossible. You need more speed to be able to clear the Grand Canyon, but you can't get enough speed. It's impossible.
You know, watching Evil as a kid made me believe in flight. Freaking rip off that ramp and just soar. Unconstrained by the rules of physics that we mortals all follow. But I guess the part that I never really paid attention to is that he always came crashing back down. And it hurts. It hurts when your dream doesn't align with the math of reality. We threw the fastest car in the world at it, didn't even make a dent. We've been to the moon. To the moon! We can't jump the Grand Canyon? We as humanity don't have a vehicle that is fast enough to jump a hole? I mean, what's faster than the fastest car in the world? Huh, Evil? You there?
Jets.
Tell me!
Rockets.
Evil?
Jordan, listen to me. The speed. Jordan, you have the speed.
Yeah. Rocket car. Basically just
450, shoot one. We got it. This is the Thrust SSC, the only land vehicle to break the sound barrier. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're saying, Jordan, that's not a car. That's a damn rocket ship. Well, not so fast. Take a look at this. Those are wheels, which makes this monstrosity a car. So even though it's got thrusters, as long as we cut them off at the point of launch, we have ourselves a legal jump. I think we got our speed. JC, real quick. Okay, what are you doing right now?
Hey, she's the one
It's time to
saying,
give this
all
world
right.
the best that science and engineering have to offer. The Thrust SSC generates approximately 110,000 horsepower, reaching a world record-setting 763 miles per hour.
I'm guessing it's gonna reach like halfway. Actually, maybe not quite halfway, but yeah, there it goes.
No.
Never mind. Barely like a third or fourth. I was wrong.
It just wasn't enough.
More rockets.
What?
More rockets.
That's not how physics works.
We just did more rockets.
No.
Evil spoke to me.
No.
He wouldn't lie to me.
Should I call Ren?
No, you don't understand. Ren said it's all about speed, and if we have double the rockets, we have double the speed.
Don't.
Where are you going?
I'm going to be with Evil.
Hold up. Didn't I don't think.
Jordan, I have Ren on the phone. He
to say a few things.
Put him on.
Jordan, I told you this is impossible. You're gonna die.
We'll all die one day, won't we?
Your heart will rip away from its aorta if you hit that ramp and somehow it doesn't break.
Yeah. The world looks so small from up here. It's beautiful.
You're also probably not gonna have a stable flight through the air. It's gonna be tumbling end over
I'm
end.
doing it!
Jordan, the car's just not
I
gonna
can see the other side!
The centrifugal force of that will rip your head off your neck.
I can see evil! He's waiting for me. He's calling me home.
This
Jordan,
took
you
such
can
a
still
turn.
pull your chute. You don't have to.
It's not gonna make it. Oh! Total speed needed to jump the Grand Canyon. 1,155.
He actually did it.
We're not done! Jordan? If
How?
all you need's more rockets, then why stop at the edge of the canyon?
You look screwed up, man.
Why not jump to another state entirely? To reach Salt Lake City, we just need to go 2,237 miles per hour. Or how about another country?
Bruh, he's gone mad.
Vancouver, Canada. We just need to reach 22,369 miles per hour. Russia. 78,293 miles per hour to pop into Putin's backyard. India! 87,560.
He's gone mad with power.
Mumbai.
He's gone mad with power.
Antarctica. 95,888 miles
No,
per
that thing
hour.
was-
But all those jumps pale in comparison to the greatest jump of all, the Earth itself.
I can't be a part of it.
You'd only need to go 119,330 miles per hour in order to land exactly where you set off from. Yes, I'm coming home.
Oh my god. That took such a turn. I was not expecting. That was amazing. You need a full quarter video where Jordan goes full manic villain. Went from being the new kind of awkward funny guy to an amazing VFX artist leading what might be the best quarter group video. Oh my god, this was amazing. This started as a total valid high school physics video and just flew completely off the rails. That was amazing. That was beautiful. I kind of want to watch that. When was it? 5 days ago? We can see it. Let's see how it goes.
In gaming, there is no energy that can beat that of "We're so back," and that's why it's time to talk about Helldivers 2. Because in a way, you could say that they just managed to undo 7 months of brutal PR damage and scathing player sentiment. Because if you were not a tuned-in player to this game, you're a fair-weather fan that only see the biggest headlines, you would think that what they just did was a single patch and a genius marketing campaign, and suddenly the game is better. But obviously, it is not that. There is so much more that goes into the turnaround this game has experienced, such that I think it will be studied and should be studied by everyone else in live service. As I speak right now, Helldivers 2 is resurgent. It's in the top 5 sellers on Steam, worldwide bestsellers, and its player counts are the highest they have been since May of 2024, with sentiment absolutely soaring. And what it took to do this is hard work, but it's actually more than just hard work, because this team did not see bad news and then panic. They didn't flinch, cancel their team's summer holidays, I suppose robbing Peter to pay Paul or however the saying goes, and crunch the whole thing out. No, what they actually did was brave. It took time. They did the unglamorous, unsexy work that didn't result in massive trailers and big back-of-the-box features. But because they did that, now that the time is actually right and they've hit the big red button that says it is time for the third faction, well, their hard work means that that button has absolutely landed. So let's dive in, and this democratic update is supported by today's sponsor, which is actually Path of Exile 2 by Grinding Gear Games. It, of course, is their new next-generation. So with that said, let's get into the video. To get you up to speed, our last Helldivers video was a status check following in on their 60-day plan to refocus the game. It was an interesting time. Sentiment was rising rapidly, player counts were back, at least in the context of maybe June, July. They were avoiding the lows of the summer. But the cherry on top was this, the Democracy Space Station. It was effectively a slow burn narrative that brought players on board. Now, it did launch to a little bit of a wobble. It turned out that the new super weapon was maybe a little bit too much of a super weapon and was leading to a lot of very tragic Helldiver deaths. Memes were made, Arrowhead quickly mended the situation, and with that, we were in a stable position where we just had, at least for the most dedicated players, a big narrative payoff. And shortly after that, the Steam Autumn Sale hit. And with that, Arrowhead were absolutely reaping the fruits of their labor. At the time, we saw a review spike that actually brought Helldivers back to its overwhelmingly positive recent reviews, which was great, but a lot of those were newer players. Actually, not all was well. You see, there was a tension with some of the most hardcore players in the game. Now, things absolutely were better. People were not angry in that way, but there was rebalanced equipment, and that felt new because of the new numbers and because it was fun to test opening up new gameplay options. But in a way, they soon realized the game had no gameplay. And when the Democratic Superstation came online, people almost expected, maybe some hopium, that the Illuminate, who are the third faction from Helldivers 1, would suddenly strike and take it down, leading to new content. Of course, it didn't. People just got a new stratagem, and that meant that the most hardcore players feared that new content would only land with the game's first anniversary and that they would have to live through a drought. Of course, they would be proven incorrect. Helldivers 2 won Best Multiplayer Game and Best Ongoing Game at the Game Awards. I think very much deserved based on just how responsive they were to the player feedback and how they turned things around. And right as that happened, they revealed, well, what was next, with a glorious trailer starring everybody's favorite Super Earth propagandist. It was awesome, and we found out that the Illuminate had finally arrived, as had the first in-game vehicles. And it wasn't just announced, it was shadow dropped. Here's basically what you need to know about all of that, and it's why I am absolutely returning to the game ASAP. So, all focus is on a single new planet. The existing major orders were overridden, and the in-universe threat level was raised to Libcon 1. God damn it, I love their writing team. Now, this new planet is actually a first and in a really exciting way because it features somewhat destructible urban environments. There's new missions, new map layouts. Honestly, it looks really sick. And there are loads of new toys. As an example, long-awaited melee weapons and a fast attack jeep that was initially limited to being map pickups and then made into a stratagem, basically like how they handled mechs from the launch. And of course, new enemies in the form of the Illuminate, and I gotta be real, they're awesome. They're also hard. They play differently to the bots and the bugs. Basically, they've got these slow-moving, tanky zombies that are led by heavily armed and armored overseers, who are then backed up by floating scout probes, War of the World-style walkers. I mean, the art just comes together so well, and even some classic UFO-inspired dropships. It is really awesome. They basically nail, I think, what enemy variety in games should be. One of the amazing things about Doom, yeah, I'm going all the way back to Doom, is in Doom. Its design is so genius because every single combination of different elements, enemies that is, leads to a very different pattern of gameplay for the player. They're not all just generic hitboxes, and certainly when it comes to Helldivers, that's got to be one of the things I respect most about their enemy design. Now, there's also great quality of life. You can rejoin missions after you've had a crash or a DC, loads of ragdoll issues have been fixed, and of course, there's a new war bond. This time it's featuring Spartan imagery, yep, even down to the Frank Miller kick that was made very famous, along with new stratagems, new weapons, and quite the melee edition in an electro spear with protective shields. pretty awesome. And in short, in many ways, this was everything that people had been asking for months, wrapped up in a near perfect narrative package that channeled everything that made the launch of Helldivers 2, maybe, bar the server problems, into basically a perfectly executed launch. And as you'll soon find out, there's a very direct tease and promise of more, because this patch is basically only just the first big drip from, I think, what's going to be a rather incredible time. And this led to brilliant numbers. Concurrents soared all the way up to a peak of 150k. They've actually held strong ever since. As an example, the current off-peak dip, which is a Monday morning, it's like where you're going to find the lowest Steam players, that dip is basically at or above the peaks that they were experiencing over the summer, and they've actually had 20,000 reviews in the last 30 days with a positivity of 95%, which is absolutely god tier. But to understand basically why, how, and actually what's next, well, we've got to take a look at what the various developers have said when they spoke to the press. The first words come from their CCO, Johan Pilstedt, and it really is an interesting thing. We were all high off the idea of the 60-day plan, but the most hardcore players were a little bit concerned, and you could also say that some of the game design purists were also kind of concerned, because while the power fantasy was so much larger, in a way, some things were made a little bit less prescriptive, a little bit more generic. Most in fact, absolutely preferred that in gameplay, but for some people it did feel like the initial design vision had been watered down. And Johan kind of talked to that in the future of the game. He basically talked about how, with the 60-day plan, they softened their hard counter-based enemy and weapon design, making the game a bit less prescriptive and more of a power fantasy, and how that landed, but made high-level play substantially easier. Now, I think what's going to make a lot of the Helldivers people happy is what he kind of went on to say, that they didn't want to fix their problem of essentially difficulty and players are too powerful now. They didn't want to fix that by rebalancing the automatons and the terminids. Basically, they kind of thought, look, the automatons fight like automatons, the terminids like terminids, that's the way that they are. Rather, what they've done is they've made it so that the Illuminate are a little bit more there for the high-level players at the highest level of difficulty. Here's a direct quote from the man. I think we've sort of stopped trying to get the enemies to be perfectly balanced. Instead, the bugs are what the bugs are, and the automatons are what the automatons are, and the Illuminate follow the same kind of formula. And he went on to say to PC Gamer that the Illuminate are a step towards the challenge that the highest of the high-end players, the people who really stuck around through all of it, that they actually want and crave. And so far, that actually is holding true. The Illuminate are bloody well humbling. The memes are mighty. I think the All Is Quiet in the Western Front one is definitely the one that hit me the hardest. So yeah, I think design achieved. But it's not going to be only that. This is what's real exciting. So their production director, Alex, said that the next update might not focus on the same sorts of high-end players. What he said is actually really refreshing, and here is it captured by Games Radar. Quote, you can't match everyone's needs. It's impossible to create the magic recipe that everyone will enjoy. That's why Omens of Tyranny is aimed at, quote, hardcore fans, and it's why Ericsson says that Arrowhead might mess up in the future again. And I do like that. It's them being humble. It's them understanding that they cannot have the magic patch that appeals to everybody. And I don't know about you, but in so many live service games that I have played, one of the things that hurts them the most is one-size-fits-all design, one-size-fits-all decision-making, such as you end up with a game that just ends up feeling more and more like slop, and not exactly the sort of thing that really resonates with you.
And
that's why, again, with the Illuminate, I see a lot of bravery in this team, because they shipped a hard, punishing enemy that requires a different way of thinking after all of the feedback and criticism that they got on how they were balancing the game and how the highest end of difficulty was. And they seem to have done that in a way that has landed with players. So not only is that brave, it's also goddamn impressive. Now, there is another angle to this. It's something that a few people are concerned about, so I should talk about it. The backbone of this live service, obviously, is money. How they're going to bring the money in, which is a totally fair, normal thing. And there has been a little bit of a change. So let's talk about that. Before I talk about a criticism, I've got to be really clear about the bedrock of this situation. It is much stronger than just about all the other live services. You can earn super credits via play, and war bonds don't expire, which is amazing. Now, generally it won't be feasible for most players to earn them all for free, but to be honest with you, I don't think earning all of the war bonds for free is a particularly reasonable thing in a game that has an ongoing live service where the dev bills have to be paid for. I think they're fundamentally way better than the the
Yeah,
competition.
right.
But of course,
I
we
earned them all for
still
free.
do need to see how things change, because the war bonds are not the only purchase opportunity. There's the rotating in-game store that I have seen criticism of for pricing, but also that now features melee weapons in a way that does actually open the door for gameplay impacting items to be available directly for real money in an instantaneous unlock fashion, which is different from being a part of the battle pass and unlocked via gameplay in the way that they previously exclusively had been. In this case, it's the stun baton. It costs a fifth of a war bond, and I'm not going to say that this is a smoking gun, and I'm not going to say that it's the introduction of pay-to-win mechanics into the game. But that said, you could take a look at it and think, oh, that's gameplay impacting, and it's also in the rotating store, which does mean there's an aspect of FOMO because it's going to rotate away soon, and it is people immediately accessing a new type of weapon. Now, some people could say that that's pretty good. It means you can just buy that if that's the only thing you want. You don't need to touch the war bond, but it is what it is. At this stage, I think all we have to do is take a look at it, take note of it, and then see how things change as time goes on. A lot of people have noticed that it is being talked about, so I thought it's worthy of mention in this video, especially because with so many upfront copies of Helldivers 2 being sold, a lot of their live revenue is just going to come from, of course, the super credits. Now, personally, I actually do expect that Arrowhead will go too far at a point. I do think that they will mess up. That's because they're human and they're probably doing their best within the incentives and pressures that they are facing. But based on their actions so far, based on how they did the 60-day plan, but still have the bravery to properly ship a tough as nails at the highest end of gameplay faction, I actually trust them to be receptive to feedback if they misstep on this. So what we're going to do for now is put a pin in that, and well, let's talk about the thing that I haven't told you yet. What's next, and the way that they are developing this game's future. One of the obvious big things about live games is they always need to have the promise of future content so the players can frame their current time investment in a way where it seems like it makes sense as compared to other gaming places they could be putting their time. So there's always a big risk if you do a content drop like this, the players will go, they'll have a bit of a sugar rush, enjoy.
You know what? Hold on. I should probably real quick check. Let me double check a couple things. I want to check if the major order is over. First off. Second off. Wait, I think it is over. Shelt's almost taken as well. There it is. It's proven. All right. Just to have this little segment here. It said, already the project has yielded valuable insights. The singularity is not, as many uninformed lay people have assumed, a typical black hole. It is, in fact, the first observed instance of a wormhole, a tunnel in space-time connecting two disparate points in space. I kept telling everybody, it's a wormhole. I was right. I mean, it was pretty obvious, but I was right. Do we have a, no new, okay, yeah, there's no new one yet. There probably will be one pretty soon. But I guess it's literally tomorrow. My guess is literally tomorrow it's gonna be like, oh yeah, you built that thing on Fenrir? Well, boom. They instantly start rushing out of Meridia. Where's Shelt? Okay, Shelt has almost been taken. Which is good. Because the automatons are getting pretty close to super. Also, I want to know what the... Like, we still don't know what's going on with the Gloom. Science. Oh, wait. Socorro 3 is officially in the Gloom. I did not know it was officially in the Gloom. So it has been spreading. Man, if more faction went, exactly. There probably will be one. I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm also not like expecting it anytime soon.
Right, and then they'll think, what next? What's next for the game? Did they just blow their load? Well, on that front, it's actually quite interesting. We've got some news, and it comes via Mikael Eriksson. He told IGN that what we have seen so far is the Illuminate Vanguard fleet. This is, in fact, not the full...
So it's official! It's officially confirmed! It's just the Vanguard! We were right! In an interview with IGN, game director Mikael Eriksson said this. Initial invasion involves the Illuminate Vanguard fleet and does not appear to be the full faction. Initially, the Illuminate won't capture planets. Rather, they are using guerrilla tactics. Eriksson wouldn't say what they're up to, but did tease that players will get the chance to influence the ongoing Illuminate invasion as part of a new story set to take place over the course of several months. So I'm guessing that over time... Okay, I think two things will happen. Either they establish... Okay, two things... No. Three things. Next major order is something happens with Meridia, and we get absolutely blind, like in whatever side of the map the Illuminate are officially going to be taking. It gets blindsided, like just absolutely blindsided. But we don't even get to fight on it. Kind of like how the Automaton attack happened, the second Automaton attack when they took Cyberstan, where we didn't even have a chance to take. They just took it super fast. Like that'll happen, and that will be the main fleet. And then boom, that's how it starts in terms of where the fourth faction is officially like at. Thing number two. It doesn't go that way, but it goes that something does happen, and the Vanguard fleet officially decides to take land or take planets, and then that's where the faction is. And it's not something like super big or anything, but it's like, oh, it starts, and that the attacks, like we actually do get to defend and stuff, but the attacks are super high level. There's no silly meme planet like the Creek. Calypso was memed on really hard because in Calypso, it's basically gone the route of, so in 3 days we lost significantly more Helldivers than we did in the course of like multiple weeks of the Creek campaign. Because the Creek campaign lasted a while, right? But we lost less people in that, in the several weeks that it was, than we did in the few days that was the Calypso invasion. And it already got memed like crazy. It's like, hold on. Let's see. Calypso death toll? Well, this was from a week ago. Well, I don't know if this is accurate, but it's saying 138 Helldivers died every second. Oh wait, here it is, here it is. So, okay, so in terms of numbers, the Creek was actually on the lower end, surprisingly. But I think, yeah, as it says here, Calypso still. Oh yeah. Here's a good example about how like the Creek was just the beginning. We didn't have all the crazy upgrades. We just had our initial war bonds and gear and whatever knowledge we happened to come up with during the time, and we lost that many Helldivers as we did there. But then after we had already had, like, Calypso was fresh new. But this was after we already had our new buffs, our new equipment, our new tactics, our knowledge of the game, and tons of people coming in. And we still lost that many people. So that's like huge. But anyway though, going back to what I was saying about the Illuminate, about what I think is going to happen, is I think on Christmas, I feel like on Christmas we're going to get a new major order. I feel like it's going to involve Meridia somehow, right? It could either involve Meridia, or it's going to be like a switch to bots, like filler campaign. Like, it might be a filler campaign. Like a filler major order for just like, oh yeah, go fight the bots for a little while, since it's been a while since you guys have fought the bots. Go fight them and you get the Wasp Launcher, because the Wasp Launcher is going to be a thing we get. They might be saving that for next month though. Now, the other thing is what I said about, like, oh, it's a full, like, the entire fleet comes out. Entire fleet comes out, blindside us, and just take the planets and stuff, right? And that's how it goes. Or it goes that the Vanguard has, like, does something around Meridia, and then they pull back. And then they've suddenly, like, after the MO ends, something happens with Meridia, and then they pull back, and then they actually establish a foothold somewhere, and that's where it starts. But it remains just the fleet, but it's the Vanguard, but it's obvious they did something, and something did happen. And the other thing that is a chance of happening, that I think is also might be the more likely one, is the next, or it starts a thing, something happens with Meridium, a big full force attack happens, where they do take planets really fast, like they do with the automatons, or did with the automatons, like I was saying before. But it's clear that the one that is completely wiping planets, like taking planets instantly, that's clearly the main force. But then when we start attacking them, all we encounter are the Vanguard. So it turns out that the main force is holding the inner planets of their territory, and then the outside, which is the ones where we would be fighting, trying to take it back, would just be Vanguard. And then over time, they start trickling in the other units. Well, I guess another thing that could happen is just, again, something Meridia or non-Meridia related, but it would probably be Meridia related. They just start trickling in new units. Just like, oh look, there's a new objective, like new missions pop up, and now there's new units popping up. But it's like over time, you get a couple more. But I don't think when they say of course of several months, it means, oh yeah, we're gonna have to wait several months before we finally get the full roster. I don't think that's the case. I think it's gonna be, we do get a good chunk of the roster initially, like pretty soon. But then over the course of those several months is when new stuff starts happening in terms of the story and all this other stuff.
Illuminate faction, which to be honest is rather genius. In one way, you could look at this and think, wow, if I was Activision Blizzard, I would be drip feeding it out so that I could get as much player engagement from the content that I make. You could say in a way that's true, but also I think it's unfair because of how they've been making this game. You see, with this, they can respond to the evolving player meta as they build the Illuminate faction. In a way, they're getting aspects and strengths of early access within their live service. One of the things that hits so many games is the development team has a fundamental design hypothesis.
I had some ideas.
And then whenever the game comes out, you get to find out, was our hypothesis true, or was it kind of flawed? A great example of a game that didn't do a great job of that at launch, of course, is Diablo 4. And since its launch, we've seen D4 really move more in the way of Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls. The loot's a bit more plentiful, the gameplay pace has absolutely been moving in a faster direction, but here with the design of the player toolkit, with the design of enemies, they get to add things slowly, responding to player feedback, and they can always update their design hypothesis to always make sure that they're not about to ship a humongous costly mistake. And even better, they have structured their video game in a way where it all rolls into an ongoing story, such that as players we're not sitting there thinking, there is a new season every 9 weeks, there is a content cadence, it is rock solid. No, they actually get to grow their game naturally, and they've designed the narrative framework of their game to fit that, which is the fundamental genius of how Helldivers 2 has been set up. And the big point, it's a game that will not win off the back of any giant spikes. It's a game that will win by being continually engaging, like with, say, the Democratic Superstation. And I think this is a dev team that has really been through it far more than most. Can you imagine the emotional experience of having a launch so strong that it was, I would say a decade-defining industry event, at least for the 2020s, to then, very shortly, have a substantial slice of your player base actually turn on you, be viscerally angry, think that your decisions are running counter to their interests, and then have that validated by plummeting metrics? The most painful lessons tend to be the ones that stick, and I think that's actually what happened here. And most notably, so many other developers will panic fix things and give people a sugar rush to make them happy immediately. This is a team that had the strength and fortitude to actually slow down, to have their employees take their summer holidays and treat people reasonably. So they would have the time to actually endure all of that pain so that they could get things right. That's not maybe the most immediately gratifying thing as a player who, in the here and now is angry, but as an overall way to build your live service, treat your team well, have it be sustainable, and make sure that you are actually doing things for the right of the overall game, that has caused me to have a pretty, deep, legit respect for how this team does things and how clearly they actually give a shit about their foundations and not just short-term flash-in-the-pan delivery for some corporate master. So, GG, the second my PC is fixed, I will be playing this game, and the only reason why I'm not playing it on my PS5 is because there is not cross progression. I'm back, and let me know if you are too. But of course, there is always more content. There's always news to talk about, so check this out next.
Oh yeah, this. I loved that. Which was how Calypso was a level 96 invasion, but we still somehow beat it by I think it was either 0.5 or 0.05%. Man, now I really want to play Helldivers again. Now I want to play Helldivers more. Let's see. Okay, actually, I will be back. Billions are at stake. I don't know what that's about, but all I know is that Valve is insanely good at what they do just because not only are they private, they're not like a public stocks kind of thing. I remember that's like a big center around it. But yeah, I will be back, and then I'll be talking more about this, or maybe I might just switch to actually playing. We'll see. But I'll be back. Okay. Also, yes, I'll hydrate. Just give me a little bit. Okay. Go back to here. Oh. Overhyped. I just bullets. Of course, there'd be someone. Oh. What do you mean? Level 100 process have no need for XP. Yes, we do. It's called maxing out our level. It's for those titles, you know, those titles. Okay. There we go. I hydrated. Anyway, though, I will go back to before this video, even though this video was absolutely insane. And we'll just continue watching stuff while I chill out. See what's going on here.
Scams.
There's no question scams are becoming more and more sophisticated.
Generative AI amplifying the threat of disinformation.
Thieves can use AI to do voice cloning and create deepfake videos.
And experts say it's time for a wake-up call.
These days, with visual effects becoming easier and easier to do, more and more people are using it to try to scam your grandma, grandpa, or just regular old mom and dad into giving them money. So in this episode, we're going to show you what is out there, what's fake storefronts, fake products, fake Elon Musks. We're going to show you how to spot the fakes and how to keep your grandma from losing her bitcoins.
But also, hopefully teach you a little bit about how to avoid them yourself.
Especially over the last year, AI-generated video has really become more and more of a thing. Some of these you can tell right off the bat that they're fake, such as this one.
2 beef.
Okay.
One hell of a one. John Dory.
Wow. It's Gordon Ramsay.
You know, that's kind of fun. I don't think anyone would believe that that video is real. People understand physics enough to know that, like, you're not just gonna spawn spaghetti sauce out of a pan forever. Now, what if it was slightly more malicious? I think most people can see this and be like, okay, I don't think this is real, but this is starting to get a little bit more into that territory of like realistic. I mean, there are people out there that could believe that that is true.
Yeah, can I show you what some of those people look like?
He's gonna live America great.
Search results for Barron Trump sayings about his dad.
Yeah, so that's not real. That was a robot that was singing.
That is Barron Trump's image.
Yeah, but that's his image.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yep,
Like,
they
I've
wouldn't
never
be able to
encountered
tell.
a person like that. But the moment I watched this video, I was like, I gotta do this deep dive into like these AI scams here because I've never seen someone who's been like so utterly confused when it comes to these AI videos.
But these are still not trying to make you do anything. They're just like up for your interpretation, and people can believe that they're real. But it's once they actually start trying to get you.
A good example of this was actually earlier during the war over there in Ukraine. I don't know where that ping just came from. Earlier during the war in Ukraine, a video came out where it was a deep-faked Zelensky basically telling the Ukrainian people to surrender to Russian forces. And later on was it discovered, oh wait, this isn't real at all. And it's like, how to put it? It's like this isn't real at all, and this is like one of the first times ever that how to put it? The first time ever that something was that AI was used in this kind of situation, you know? Because it's like AI stuff was used in actual war to try to fake a people into surrendering to an enemy. And it's crazy, you know? Okay, sorry about that. It was
buy
Alt
something
tab.
that it becomes actively malicious.
Look, every man should be drinking Alpha Grind.
Why is he in the bathtub?
He's in an ice bath.
That's incredible.
It's not even like an AI generated video. It's more of like a deep fake. It's taking an existing thing and altering it to say something else.
The thing that stands out to me about these Joe Rogan scams is that they're very much relying on AI voice. It's relatively easy to do these days, at least when somebody's just like monotone delivering a monologue.
But that's the thing, you don't need that much anymore. It used to be like 50 hours of stuff. But realistically at this point, like, you know, 10 minutes.
Like, what stands out to you to make these things? How would you point out these are fake to somebody?
At least for this example, the shot of Joe Rogan actually talking here is a picture. Everything is static except for his head and his mouth. It's more of just like going up and down as opposed to the articulated muscles that actually make you talk.
Yeah, and you're seeing like the water is like stretching and warping, but not like actually shifting. It looks like that whatever AI process they're using on there is like, it's recognizing his upper torso and like giving it some adjustments, but it's also underwater, so it's already distorted and like looks off too.
Well, look, that Alpha Grind product that's all over TikTok, if you go to Amazon.
They're doing a really good job with this one. And if you look closely, his lips aren't synced up at all. That's just Joe Rogan talking in a clip they found that he's kind of close to the words that they put in with the audio. This video is completely unaltered from a visual effects point of view. This is good old classic editing. You're taking a guy who's talking behind the microphone, his lips are moving, getting an audio clip, you're lining them up as close as you can, because remember, you got hours and hours of Joe Rogan talking, so you can find something that's close. And it's obscured too. And then they cut away. They're cutting away at weird moments. Like, they're not cutting to Joe Rogan to like deliver a line. Like, they're just cutting to him and then cutting away randomly. And then they cut to the guest talking about something else entirely from a different podcast. And by the way, notice that the guest doesn't say Alpha Grind. He's not talking about this particular product. He's just talking about testosterone. And you can see how the words are very much being selected and put into this. So, I mean, this is the same thing I see in Netflix documentaries all the time. When they cut away from somebody, then you hear them say something very concise. That's because they had to cut away to take words and Frankenstein them together.
You hate that, but that's exactly what we do for VFX Artists React.
Yeah, well, we're not.
Yeah, but we don't go that hard. The voice synthesis is what really like makes it stand out. Otherwise, it's not that different from scams that have been on TV since became color. Where it's just people editing stuff together, and it works. But I saw a scam featuring Elon Musk on YouTube that was the best fake Elon Musk I've ever seen. And in fact, these live streams, there's probably one going on right now. They go and they buy a YouTube channel with a lot of subscribers, they change the name to Tesla, and they start a crypto scam where they basically ask you to send them crypto, and they say that they'll send you back double what you send them, which is BS. But take a look at this.
Imagine sending just 1 Bitcoin and receiving 2 in return.
So I feel like this one could trick a lot of people.
The site you'll access is a secure SpaceX protected space.
SpaceX protected.
To me, this looks like it's an actual real presentation, and it's an altered performance of it. Yeah, you can kind of see some artifacting around his mouth when he moves his head to the right. You can really see it over the background. You start getting some glitches.
What looks good to you guys?
Well, I mean, the convincing aspect of it is the fact that it's on a channel called Tesla. I'd say like 97% of the image is original and real. The only thing that's being augmented here is just the mouth. And you can kind of tell when you're really looking at it, it's like the teeth and the lips kind of look weird. And the black values of the inside of his mouth are real dark.
Yeah, classic compositing. What they're doing here is, as we mentioned, AI voice is very easy to replicate. They've written it out, and it's then turning that text into Elon Musk's voice. And they're using something called Wave to Lip. And Wave to Lip lets you feed audio and take a video of a face, and it just animates the mouth to match that audio. It doesn't
That's
manipulate
creepy.
anything else. So in this case,
That's very
all they're
creepy.
doing is they're changing the lip sync to match the generated audio of these new words that are being spoken in the voice of Elon Musk. Very clever, very devious, but there's some very clear giveaways. First one that you mentioned, Ren, is the black levels. This is a classic VFX thing. When everybody's compositing one image element into another image element, if your camera in real life can't capture below a certain level of like black value in your image, like something isn't darker than a certain point, to then have an element in your visual effects bit be darker than that immediately gives it away. The black levels in his mouth are like lower than the black levels on his black jacket. The other thing that's a really big giveaway is anytime you're manipulating footage that already exists, you have to deal with when things no longer overlap and they should have overlapped. In other words, if my head is here, but then I've deep-faked myself to have my head turned over here, well, there's a bit of the background here that's now being exposed, a hole in your footage, and that needs to be filled in. Look at those little edges of the background, something getting blurry and futzy and jumping around, and that's because it's being synthesized to try to fill in a spot where that data was missing. So that's something that you really want to look for. The biggest tell when it comes to deep-faked faces is body language versus spoken language. We all have linked things that we do. Like when I talk, my hands move, and they move on a certain beat, right? Like they are at the punctuation of my syllables, and my head goes down when I say my words. When you look at Elon's body language and when he's talking, they don't line up. And the biggest thing you can tell is when he breathes in. Because if you're adding fake audio, you can't talk when you're breathing in.
That's a good one. We can see his chest slightly expand as he continues to talk.
So there's people out there that have built deepfake detecting tools that simply plot things like head motion versus words. Sometimes when people smile, they tilt their head back, for example. Some other people, when they smile, will tilt their head down. And you can very clearly see those coordinated moments happen. So if you want to tell if somebody is faking what they're saying, if you want to tell if the footage is manipulated, look at the body language, look at the breathing, look at the hand gestures, and look at the head gestures. The Adam's apple moves with me when I talk in real life, but a deepfake is only replacing here. It doesn't replace your Adam's apple.
These are all really great ways to figure out whether what you're watching is real or fake. But for me, while I watch this, I still can't get out of my head. Like, if you're already not in the mindset that you're about to be tricked, or you're not suspicious or critical or cautious for that matter, it's like none of this stuff works. Like, you can't debunk this if you're not in the mindset that you could be being tricked.
Anytime someone's wanting money from you online, or even in real life, those flags should go up. You should immediately put your guard up for every situation. So in this case, I thought it'd be fun to try to recreate this. Hi, the real Nico here, telling you to drink motor oil. Don't listen to that AI scam. You want to put something healthy in your body? Check out today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is a comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition supplement with 75
Is he faking
vitamins,
it
minerals,
after,
and whole food source
or is
ingredients
this
made
the
for just
fake?
about everybody. Being in the middle of LA, it is easy just to do Grubhub and DoorDash for pretty much all of your meals and have a lot of butter and oils.
The ability to do these things is getting
I'm
easier
gonna
and
assume
easier,
no.
and the quality of these things are getting better and better. In fact, Meta just announced a bunch of stuff yesterday, and as part of their presentation, a friend of mine actually got up on stage with Zuckerberg.
The main thing I want people to take away from my book is the idea that you have the power to create your own opportunities.
Now anyone can make their own AI-generated avatar to talk on your behalf.
Why?
I know.
Why?
Don't question
That's-
why. I don't
no,
get it either,
no, hold
but
on.
it's a thing that they've been wanting to do.
That's a bad thing. Hey guys, there's this new cool thing you should try. Make your own AI characters to talk for you. Oh, I wonder what that could possibly be used for by a giant multi-million-dollar company like Facebook or Meta.
This is an example of a live interaction. This is gonna take that to the level of like, but I was talking with him. The difference between this and what we were showing with Elon Musk is that it's not working with a pre-existing video. It's actually generating all of it from scratch. So you're not gonna see those same type of artifacts where it's like, oh, the words and the lip
They're
motion
gonna
don't really
have-
match up with the character.
The companies are gonna have like a thing where they're gonna go on video call with like the banks of the people's information that they already have and be like, yeah, so I'm currently releasing all my funds. Please send them over to Meta or something like that.
Characteristics of the rest of the shot.
Yeah, the body language would theoretically
I'm using
align
Meta
now
as an
with
example
words,
here,
when
but
you're
there's
doing a
gonna be-
full synthesis
there's
like
clearly
this, it's just
corporations
simple
that are
being
like-
well, can you show me
a
the
lot
back
more
of your
likely
head?
to
And
use
it's like, well, no. Or even just like turn your head to the side once, and then back, and then to the side again, and does the ear look the same both times? Wait, does this shirt say "It Zuck Nut Night"?
Why do people wear dumb stuff like that? Like, come on, like
He's trying to rebrand himself. After the congressional hearing where he looked like a lizard, he needs to look cooler now.
I know, but like I hate how modern fashion is just like poorly cut shirts.
This is kind of state of the art in terms of like
He
AI
still looks
avatar
weird
stuff right now.
to me,
But, like,
I'll
the
be
lip
honest. He
motion
still
is
kind of
so
looks
much
like
better than anything
a
I've
lizard
seen from
pretending to be
something
a
that's
person.
generated, and yet it's still not 100%. There's still a little bit of uncanny valleyness there.
I almost feel like that's a 3D model with like a AI deepfake over it. Once again, look at the Adam's apple. The Adam's apple does not move the way it should be moving when somebody's talking.
You're right.
It's
Oh
just
my God,
statically
you're
in one
right.
spot. If you watch Mark Zuckerberg's Adam's apple move when he talks, you'll see it's really dynamic. And anytime you move your tongue, the Adam apple bobs up and down. But in terms of the actual tells that it's fake, they never animate the Adam's apple.
So, we've been talking about recreating celebrities or like faking endorsements to sell real products. But right
No
now
way.
on the internet,
Hold on. No way. Dang it, I can't see it. Okay, we just got a high command dispatch. Hold on, hold on. Let me see if I can see it on mobile. Maybe it'll show up. We just got high command dispatch. What's going on? Because they already identified, hey, this isn't a black hole, it's a wormhole. So what is this? Let me see. Please work. Please work. Please work. Please work. Ah, it's not loading. I mean, they had an announcement that's just like happy holidays from all of us at Arrowhead Studios. I want to see the high command dispatch. All right, hold on. Hold on. What if does the app have it updated? Oh, okay. You know what? I should have expected this. All right, so it seems like it's it's just about how they're doing an event, well, not an event, but it's like it's another one of those hold Super Earth situations where it's like the Festival of Reckoning. 3-day Festival of Reckoning makes use of the specially allocated Reckoning Fund, set aside each year to finance an exhilarating expenditure of ordnance against the enemies of democracy. Each of the 3 days has a special theme determined by the Ministry of Prosperity. This year, on the first day of Reckoning, the Helldivers are given access to a bounty of incendiary weapons. Yeah, dang it. Well, I mean, it makes sense. It's Christmas. But it is cool for them to just be like, yeah, hey guys, here, have all of these stratagems. You can use them for free. It says okay, it says 3-day, and it says each day has a different theme. And today is all fire, apparently. Until I'm guessing like around 6 something tomorrow. Who knows what it'll be next. It's basically like the Liberty Day major order. It's still not loading, but all right. Dang it! Here I thought my whole hey wait, it might be some crazy thing on the last day. I know, it's just a bunch of copium that I'm doing, but still.
thousands, millions potentially of people are being served AI ads on Twitter and Instagram. I have done a little bit of research and digging into this. There is some crazy stuff going on. I would like to show you the first half, which is AI generated stores. I found what looks to be like either like AI generated companies basically marketing on Twitter. Either the names or the logos of these stores are likely AI generated. And if you actually start going to these websites, I went to them all. They all have the exact same template, the same layout, but there's dozens dozens, maybe hundreds of these stores. It has also led me to other very real websites. Let's before we get to the big stuff, check this out. Go to Amazon. Like, we're not talking about just screenshots. I'm talking about stuff that's live on the internet right now. Search for Gorilla Couch.
$10,000 for a Gorilla Couch?
Look at that AI picture.
That's on Amazon right now. Like, I don't know what this couch is really supposed to look like, but it's probably not that or that.
That is 100% like a Midjourney render. That's what it actually looks like.
Oh, that's what, okay, maybe that's how they're not being banned right now, is by the fact that if you do eventually search around the page, you'll find a real image of what the couch looks like.
Wait, was that a real one?
These are real.
That looks real.
These are real.
Because I was able to find Gorilla Couches that do exist, and they do kind of look similar, but I just found it so funny. It is a big ticket item, a $10,000 Gorilla Couch, and the first thing they serve you is an AI-generated image. That's kind of scummy and gross. Imagine spending $10,000 when you see that picture, and then it comes in and you get the McDonald's Play Place replica of it.
How can you guys tell that's an AI-generated image?
When you look at background details in an AI image, that's generally where things fall apart, because it feels like the AI
I think the
puts less
shadowing
effort
was
into a
wrong.
background than the foreground. If you look there on the trim of the wall, it's all whack. There's like the white column of
that
trim
makes
on the upper right there. Like, it's about to kind of like furrow out, but then it just kind of gets garbled.
Yeah, the background stuff's never very good. But there's another interesting thing about AI-generated images, and this is more or less true across the board until technology changes. And that's because these images come from noise initially. Noise is basically an even distribution of random numbers. Imagine that 0 represents black and 1 represents white. So if you take an image and you scatter it with noise across the whole image, you should have about equal areas of black as you do white, because noise kind of averages out to that 50% mark. And that's kind of what happens with AI images here. As you look at this, there's very bright spots and there's very dark spots. And for every bright spot, there's a dark spot. And it's a weird thing about AI images.
Every AI image I've ever seen has always had really deep contrast. I've never seen an AI-generated log image.
You'll never see an AI-generated image that's mostly dark with a tiny little bit of light, or mostly light, just a tiny little bit of dark. It's possible to have real-life photos that have high contrast in them. Of course, it's possible to brighten or darken an AI photo. But what you won't have is you won't have an AI photo that has a flat, sunny field with no dark spots. When you look at that AI rendering of the Gorilla Couch, you see that same thing.
Never
There's
thought of that.
bright highlights and dark shadows across the whole thing. When you look at these real pictures, there's no offset to that giant dark Gorilla Couch. The funny thing is, if you pull open AI images into Photoshop and you use the average filter, which averages out all the colors of the image, they all tend to go to a flat middle gray, whereas a real life photo that you take doesn't have to follow that rule. And that's because real life photos don't have to be born from a noise pattern of black and white.
Further, to build on, I mean, if you're gonna open up Photoshop, did you know that the noise is going to be the same on all the color channels? So if you actually like zoom in and individually look at each color channel, red, blue, and green, the noise will be identical. Whereas if you look at a real photograph and you switch between the color channels, it'll actually kind of like change quite a bit in the noise. Like we're talking like single pixels will change in brightness at a kind of a random way, because that's how camera sensors actually capture that light. There's always gonna be a little bit of noise there.
Are you guys ready for the actual meal here, the entree? This is a website that's being advertised on social media.
That's an AI-generated dress right there. That's not real.
Well, that's the thing. You guys were talking about, oh, a celebrity endorsing a product, but the celebrity is not real. Well, guess what? In this case, nothing's real.
So you just send money and it disappears.
You send money to a place and your money disappears. This one is the one that does it for me. It's the dress that has a real rabbit. But the thing is that not all of them are that preposterous, like the one on the right there. And that's what's so tricky about it.
Yeah, and you know, with all those generated images of the dresses and shirts, you can see that local contrast again. There's always a dark spot to offset a light spot.
So can I blow your guys' minds now? I don't even know if you would call this a scam. So preface, is this website a scam that we're about to visit? I don't know if it's actually a scam, but if I were going to judge it based on the product photos alone, I would say it is a scam. So someone got this Instagram ad.
Like how his leg shadows don't connect.
Timeless elegance meets modern style. Oh, hey, it's the pants we were looking at. Let's take a look at those pants.
Those AI pants.
Is this a real product or not?
I bet you the pants are real, and they just trained in images of the pants into a model, and they're generating pictures of the pants in the model now.
That one, look at that one. That one is, the pants don't even match anymore at this point. They don't have that like center crease or that sharp thing.
Yeah, it kind of goes
on
off
the
to the
thigh.
side.
Right now, as we're looking at these photos, if you were interested in buying a shirt like this, would you feel like you're buying a legitimate product?
This looks like a real photo, but if you go to the next one, that's a generated photo right there.
Does that person have a face on the front and back of their head?
The first thing I saw when I looked at this was I was blown away.
Yo, wait. Spirit of Reckoning has left a present for all Helldivers who proved their virtue this year through unhesitating sacrifice in defense of freedom. All Helldivers will find the STA X3 Wasp launcher stratagem waiting in their armory. We get it for free! We got it for free. I could check. I could check just to make sure, but yeah, considering it says it's in the armory, I'm guessing it means you don't use up your requisitions. You just have it. Yeah. I think it is fully confirmed. Yeah, we got the we got it for free. Okay, yeah, everyone has it now. Well, I mean, you got it. You asked where's your wasp? Well, there you go.
Consistency. Now, let's zoom in to where the collar, the V-neck collar, reaches its point. I was counting how many vertical seams that are we counting within the width there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, by the way, look, sorry, the necklace, obviously. That little like gummy bear of a metal ingot or whatever. Whatever is generating these pictures is very close, but it's unable to like get those center things consistent there. And that one, actually, they just disappear. Maybe he's too buff and he's stretching the shirt, but it seems like they disappear.
You're right. This is somebody who's made a shirt in China, and they went like, hey, I can train a model of this shirt and then generate photos of my shirt. I don't need to take real photos of models wearing my stuff anymore. But if you're going to sell it, you need to be truthful with your pictures, and an AI image of it isn't truthful, because all it's doing is it's capturing the essence.
I would like to show you guys what I would consider the moral and ethical tightrope now, Boutica. Now this is something that is widely accessible as of very recently. This is, you take a picture of your clothes and we'll give you a model. You take a crappy picture of wearing the clothes and we'll give you a nice photo in a studio with a attractive model.
So the whole idea is that they're not editing the clothes, they're just editing everything around the clothes.
Exactly, like this.
Whoa.
That is insane.
This is the tightrope.
I guess the clothes are properly represented, but everything else is a lie.
This kind of feels like it might actually be okay.
When it comes to the exchange of money,
Barely.
I am not purchasing a model.
I'm assuming the models is what they have already. So they just made their own thing, trained it on their own models, and then just plastered other people's clothes on them. That's what I'm assuming. But I guess it's still like, ugh, yeah.
A cool photo permit for Greece or wherever, and I'm not hiring a photographer. I'm just paying for these clothes. The clothes happen to be depicted accurately, and they are not changed. So
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
like,
it has the same wrinkles, it has the same lighting. Like, I can't say I find anything wrong with this.
this is a service people can use right now, and this is not an advertisement.
Like,
but
the
maybe
clothes
I
is still
accidentally am
right.
making it one.
It's just that
It's like, in a weird way, it's like, yes, you're technically in a good spot. You stuck it, guys.
you walked that tightrope. It's definitely going to kill people's desire to use things like Instagram or Facebook or whatever people use these days. The more it becomes generated and the less it's just real people living real lives and having real moments, the less you're going to find people on those platforms. We're here to find authenticity.
I was born to find authenticity. Although it's going to be really funny when there's a future where the cookies that Google has on you are like so good that they know what you look like, so that when you go to a website like this, you like see like someone who already resembles you. That's going to get kind of crazy.
This is crazy. What a find. What a unique business.
So, all right, so this next one is, there's an eerie creepy YouTube channel out there. Something strange is going on and I can't quite tell what it is, but let me know if you guys think this is real or not.
Hello, my name is Egon Chalakian. The impetus for my address today is the release of the highly impactful documentary film, The Impact.
It's kind of like a doomsday cult slash not. Basically, the message is we're destroying the planet and everything's gonna go to heck. And so they're gonna make 3.5-hour long documentaries every week about why the Earth is failing.
Sam, why did you think this was AI?
I thought this was AI because this YouTube channel has multiple videos posted where this guy is staring right into the camera for hours, saying the most nonsensical AI-generated sounding stuff.
Those who actually truly pull the strings will vanish from sight, and like the dung beetle, will...
Yeah, no, hold on. The edge looks wrong. Like, look at that. It looks way too clean of a shift there. That's a good spot to
now
show
attempt
that.
to burrow even deeper.
He doesn't move. Look at his hands. Look at his hands. They don't move. They are like, it's a frozen PNG. What I did is I was like, okay, I gotta figure this out. Is this AI or not? And I took basically frames for every 30 minutes, which is, I would say 30 minutes is like the amount of time that you might expect someone to make us.
Okay, but oh wait. Okay, good thing you're here. Good thing you're here. So they are fully aware about that issue of people not getting things that they're supposed to be getting. You should have it. Like, people are posting pictures of them having it already. So either it's gonna take a second or you're bugged again, which they are aware of that because tons of stuff people are supposed to have that they don't have yet. They're aware of it, and they're saying that, and they did say that they're going to be fixing it. They're going to try to figure out, well, they're going to be like, you know, giving everybody the stuff they're supposed to be having and that sort of thing. Yeah, here, the little thing they said was like, it has come to our attention that our Christmas gifts to some of you were intercepted by the Illuminate, who were tipped off by a small band of voteless sympathizers in the warehouse. Please bear with us whilst we re-educate those responsible and work to reattain the supplies. And basically, we're aware of Helldivers not currently receiving the Alpha Commander and Killzone armors. We will investigate further in the new year because they have already gone into, they are like actually already going into, you know, holiday. But they'll be back after New Year's. And it's already like on priority list. So that's good, because they made a whole announcement about it, which usually means they are actually like on priority. So you are getting your stuff at least. That's good. And the Wasp launcher might just be delayed, considering there's no reason for you not to get it, while the other stuff is just like, oh, it was during a bugged period. But I did see some people saying they don't have it yet, so it seems like it might be another issue of that. But yeah, no, they're gonna figure it out. They do have it on priority and everything. Okay, so basically what people are saying is if you go into, yeah, I think the Wasp is a Killzone weapon or stratagem. But apparently people are saying that you should at least be able to go, like when you're actually playing, like let's say you get into a hell pod and you start picking stratagems, it should be in that list, even though it doesn't show up in the actual armory list in the ship itself when you go to the computer. So you can check there. If it shows up there, then at least you have it there. And they're just going to figure out they'll fix the other issue about it not showing up in the armory.
A movement, you know what I'm saying? Like,
if it doesn't show up there, then
we
it's
typically move,
just something
correct?
they're gonna fix.
Yes.
So here are 4 frames taken 30 minutes apart, basically. So you can see the cameras.
It does move. And the camera does move.
The camera's adjustment. Now we can see difference maps here, overlaying every 30 minutes.
Difference maps are cool because it's like if the pixel is the exact same as the pixel underneath it, it'll go to black.
So that's the same frame. That's what a difference map on the same frame looks like. Now, half hour apart here, difference map. So you can see all the things that moved in the frame there. So you can see his whole body shifted, his hands have shifted. The camera's moved a tiny bit here. If these were static images that were identical, they would effectively be black. And then we see it all over the background, which is the contrast of the compression that's happening in the video, which is why we're seeing all that stuff back there.
And that's normal compression you would see from video for something like this. You
Exactly.
can see the
It
larger
does
blocks
still look
in the
wrong,
flat areas
though.
of color and the tinier blocks in the tighter areas of detail.
And like, yes, theoretically, you know, you could fudge this stuff, but you look at this and you're like, oh, that's actually just very subtle natural motions here. That we're seeing fingers and hands actually being revealed here. There's no funny business happening down there. It's just natural motion. We're just dealing with a guy who doesn't, he reserves his movement for the most important moments of his life. This clearly is not one of them.
My first impression when we saw this is that this is basically the same technology used in the Harry Potter Balenciaga videos. But you wouldn't have a subtle camera motion. You wouldn't have the whole person shift to the side a little
I
bit.
think
There's another thing
they should still check.
that I'm realizing now that would be a tell for like a deep fake, right? I can always tell when someone's reading off of a teleprompter. Their eyes kind of do this little back and forth motion, just ever so slightly. And none of the deep fakes I've ever seen have ever replicated that. The eyes are always locked on, and especially if they don't blink.
Yeah, I pray to God this is real, because if it's AI generated,
yeah.
Whoa, God, the world's over.
None of us mentioned the Adam's apple. This man's Adam's apple is dancing.
No, it is down. It's like Geppetto's puppet shop up in that collar.
Okay, so if it's real,
totally
it's
that,
just
like, dark
crazy, but
web
it's real.
Conspiracy stuff.
That's
but
good.
ultimately, like, I think what we're dealing with
Kind
here
of.
is basically it's fake content that is being funded by some overseas entity.
Or it's just some old guy who's like, I gotta make my impact. I feel like it's just Egon writing speeches through ChatGPT and then recording it. Egon, you gotta chill, man. You gotta selfie it once in a while. You gotta get some angles. You gotta put a smile on the face. You gotta just relax a little bit. Do human things.
Yeah, do human, yeah. Do
Like
human
this.
things to connect.
Do human things. Touch my hand.
No.
Come on, I want to prove that you're not just an element we comped in.
No, I am.
You're giving it away.
So that's the point of bringing this up, though. It was eerie. It's creepy.
I thought it was like somebody had just put together the best deepfake and you couldn't figure out that it was a deepfake. But yeah, it turns out it's actually easier just to pay a dude to read off a teleprompter for 3 hours than it is to actually make the world's most cutting-edge video.
Okay, his eyes do move
I
back
think
and
that's
forth.
the most important.
Sam, are you
takeaway.
real?
Yeah.
So what's the moral of this? When looking at something and you want to see if it is real, look at the Adam's apple. Look at the body language, see if it synchronizes with the talking.
Look for artifacting around the lips.
Oh, and finally, look for that contrast. Is everything like really contrasty and tone mapped? Probably generated. Back in the day when there weren't like printing presses, you had to be pretty important to have something written down in a book, generally speaking. But these days, anybody can write anything and put it out for people to see. And yet we still survive and we still distinguish between what we think is real and what we think is fake, or at least we do our best. And at some point, pictures and videos are going to enter this realm where they can be faked just as easily as words. But we already have survived the fact that people can fake words easily, and we'll survive the fact that people can fake images and videos easily. It's just another step in our evolution as human beings.
So, with that said, Baron Trump, will you sing us out?
Forever great America. God bless all the people.
It's just so
It looks
sad because
so
it's
wrong.
like this sweet song by a young boy, but you know deep down he's like a psychopath killer.
So once before back in office, and to enjoy the extra trippy version. Oh dang, I missed the trippy version. Since we think we can identify the tells and state there are people working on training the next models to iron out those tells. Adam's apple, changing the breathing, body movements, gestures, edge artifacts, matching black levels, adding subtle camera movements, adding more nuance to the brightness and arrangement of the noise patterns. There may always be tells, but they'll just get smaller and smaller. Huh. Huh. I didn't even notice that. So it's like, oh, AG1 is a pretty much a scam product and brand, and then it's like they warned you directly before going to the sponsor. It's a clever way to get the money from the sponsor while telling their viewers to not buy it. I did think that was a little bit of an interesting thing. There's a Helldivers iceberg? Oh, that's interesting. I might have to check that out. Excuse me. Let's see. One day I'll catch up with all these. A Helldivers 2 iceberg. One day I'll catch up with all these like VFX artist reacts and like the stuntman reacts and all these. One day. But there's so many. Like, it's cool.
Terminator 2 is one of the most iconic movies of all time, partially because it has one of the coolest villains of all time, the T-1000. A Terminator composed of liquid metal capable of changing its shape into anything, including people. However, this was only made possible due to the recent invention of CGI. Creating this character using practical effects was thought to be impossible, but is that really true? This is a scale model of my head made out of gallium, a metal that melts at around room temperature. By reversing the footage of it melting, I think it might be possible to achieve the liquid Terminator effect without using CGI. Or at least that's the idea. How hard can it be? I've always been fascinated by special effects because filmmaking is literally creative problem solving. It's a hack. Artists have to figure out how to create something that doesn't exist, but make you believe that it does nonetheless. In this case, the problem was making a character out of liquid metal. The solution was, of course, CGI, resulting in a watershed moment in the industry. The effects of T2 were a big deal, and we've of course talked about how big of a deal on this channel before.
This is hard to do.
In fact, if T2 had been made just a couple years earlier, the artist would have been forced to try and make the T-1000 using just practical effects. But what would that have looked like, though? You know, maybe something a little like this. No, that's not CGI. That is actually mercury, a liquid metal used in old thermometers, but it's incredibly toxic. The artist in charge of getting these shots used a respirator and full protective gear and somehow still ended up in the hospital from mercury poisoning. This is nasty stuff, so probably not on the books for us using that here. Gallium, on the other hand, isn't toxic at all and also melts at just 85 degrees. Just don't let it touch aluminum. What? Gallium is mostly used in electronics and LEDs and was even used in the movie for a shot of the frozen shards melting. However, no one knows what a full gallium T-1000 would look like because as far as I'm aware, no one has ever attempted it before. Until now. I'm gonna try to do this. So here's the plan. I'm going to make a photo scan of my head that I will then 3D print at quarter scale so I can create a silicone mold from it, allowing me to cast gallium into that shape. And by recording it melting and reversing the footage, I should be able to replicate the effects of the T-1000 forming up into a person. And we're gonna do it all without using CGI. But digital compositing is totally on the table and okay. But here's the catch, gallium is a little expensive, and by a little expensive, I mean very expensive, which is gonna be outside the budget for this video. So I need a way to get gallium for free. Out of everyone I hit up, Stanford Advanced Materials are the only ones who responded with any amount of interest. They're not sponsoring this video, but dang are they making it possible. Now this is all the gallium we have.
So what?
And at the end of this project, I have
to what? Did they just
send it back, which means I have to be extremely...
Oh, he has to send it back. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. So he's literally renting... He's renting liquid metal.
Careful, no little strands get lost. So it turns out melting gallium is a surprisingly tricky process. Just because it melts below the temperature of your hand doesn't mean it will actually melt in your hand. It's a thermodynamics thing. As a metal, it conducts heat really well, which spreads the heat across the whole lump of metal pretty evenly. So to melt it, you either need a lot of time or a lot of heat. If you want to melt your gallium quickly, you can use hot water outside of the bottle. You can put hot water inside the bottle. It doesn't mix with the gallium. You can also just set your oven to the lowest temperature and then bake it.
Can you just microwave it?
You want me to microwave the gallium?
Yeah, that's...
I don't recommend microwaving it.
Whoa.
Whoa, dude.
T1000.
Whoa, dude.
That's so cool.
I feel like you guys should be like wearing gloves or something.
It's not toxic. It's not toxic. It's fine.
Are you gonna make some ice cubes?
I'm gonna make some ice cubes. Oh, I have enough for several.
One
These
sleep
should
later.
Pop right.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's cool.
It actually looks like a poured metal mold.
I am quite impressed. Look at how smooth this guy is.
Have you put any of them in your mouth yet?
I put one in my mouth.
I suspect the videos that you'll be making will be progressively simpler from here on out.
I'm covered in toxic material.
Yeah, quick, put it in your mouth like this.
Okay, so I've set up the heat gun on.
Okay, it is true that gallium isn't toxic, but it does really look like mercury.
C-stand here, and I'm gonna basically record a time
Maybe
lapse
be done.
of
The
these
editing
guys
software would
melting.
need to be. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, okay, they're starting to bubble a little bit. That one just moved. It like settled, it rocked, while simultaneously starting to look more like crumpled up aluminum foil. This will be surface tension in action. Oh, that was cool. It's making a little. This will be surface tension in action. Oh, that was cool. It's making a little gallium butt cheek. That's almost fully melted. First thing I learned, that was dope. That looked really cool.
Oh, whoa, that's sick. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Oh, it's reversed. Okay, I was like, what the heck?
All right, let's melt some more stuff. Different volumes, different shapes. I found this turtle mold online. Jordan named it Charlie. I killed Charlie.
Oh!
And then made a skull. Ooh, look at that skull. I needed more heat, so I decided to buy 2 extra heat guns here. 2 heat guns from either side hitting the front of it, and then 1 heat gun from the back pointed downwards.
Isn't
We
a
have
heat
to
gun
consider
just
how
a-
much power these things are gonna draw?
Oh.
Now we wait. There's a bit of an oxide layer on the outside of the skull, and all of the gallium is actually melting underneath that. I think that's actually kind of cool because it gives it like this crumpled up, wrinkled texture. I really hope it doesn't fall over backwards. Yeah, dude, how is that not gonna fall over? You see that? That's a ruined shot. The T1000 is a smooth operator. He just smoothly transforms, and to replicate that effect,
I'm renting
the
this
melt
expensive
needs to be
metal. I'm gonna
smooth
put
as
it in
well.
my-
If the piece falls over, it produces a jerky motion that kills the effect when it's sped up. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to keep it from falling over while still getting that sort of like meltiness of the figure.
Ren, could you put like an armature inside of it?
I'm gonna make a gallium popsicle using a fork. I'm gonna stick this in, solidify it, and it'll melt around this. It worked, but if you've ever eaten a popsicle,
Don't-
you know that at a certain point, it's gonna just fall off of the stick. But this time I'm trying something a little different for the heat. Instead of using heat guns, I got a blowtorch. The blowtorch was cool, but it worked almost like too well. Like you can literally see when I moved the blowtorch in the time lapse. But when we tried just placing the blowtorches on C-stands, then it just didn't finish melting. But that's okay, we learned something from this. The blowtorches aren't gonna work, and even though the heat guns will melt it slower, it's way more consistent, so I just gotta be patient. Yeah, that didn't jitter at all, and I'm surprised how long it stayed on the fork. Okay, so I think the fork is actually gonna work really well. So the next thing I wanna try is actually melting a version of me. So I need to 3D print a version of me using today's sponsor, Bamboo Lab.
What do you got there, Ren?
I've got a Bamboo Lab A1 Mini, but they've also got the A1, they've got the P1 and the P1S, and at the
Wait.
top they've started and will go through December. There's plenty of time. This printer right here is $200.
That's actually crazy for a 3D printer to be
I'm
200.
not even a part of this ad, and I think you should buy it.
We've got a link in the description if you want to check it out. Print my head and make a mold out of it. Now, to turn this into gallium, I need to first make a rubber mold out of this. It's notoriously tricky and can take years to master, so naturally, this is my first time trying to do that. You know, I've seen Adam Savage do this, I've seen the other YouTubers do this.
Excuse
You
me.
take some foam board here, you cut it to shape. Basically, I'm gonna make a little bowl. I'm gonna put this little guy in the bowl, glue it down. So now I need to fill it with some silicone. I got some stuff here from Let's Resin. These are equal parts where I mix half of this and half of that, and it combines into something that will solidify into a silicone mold. Here we go. Oh my God, there's so many bubbles in that. They say to get rid of all the air bubbles, you pour very slowly and from very high. This is gonna take a while.
Would a
I'm excited though. I'm
would
actually
a
doing
funnel
it,
not
dude.
work?
I wish I could look at you, but I can't. I've been fascinated with like silicone mold making for the last like couple years or so. I just like the concept of being able to capture stuff. That's why I've been, you know, really interested in 3D scanning. There's so much more history behind this technique though. It's like, this has been in movie making for decades, if not a century. We might just barely have enough. God dang it. I gotta mix more! Okay. 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 As with everything I typically do, it was a little bit harder than I expected it to be. But I think we did it. I think this is gonna work. I'm excited.
I'm gonna sleep later. Yeah.
All right, now
that's
for the
what I'm-
demolding process here, where I got to actually remove the thing from the thing. I'm also going to cut with like a little bit of unevenness to kind of create a little bit of registration so that when I put the mold back together, it lines up. Open this up, flex it outwards, and there you have it. It's time to turn my head into gallium. I'm now realizing I don't think this is going to solidify unless we put it in the fridge, even if I leave it out all night here. Oh no.
Oh,
Getting
you
a hard leak here, dude. Oh, this is not a good situation. Stop it.
You need all that metal back!
Stop it.
You fool!
Stop it.
You
I'm
rented
just
it!
gonna remove all of the gallium. I gotta seal this leak. I got a little bit of silicone sealant. I'm just literally just gonna go over the top of that. With this sealed, we still need to find some sort of way to clamp this with a lot of rigidity.
No, I don't think they're getting back much
We're
of
gonna
their
take this
gallium.
upstairs and put it in the fridge. And last but not least, I'm gonna put a fork in it. All right, I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Oh no.
The leak.
Oh no! Okay, maybe I can freeze the leak with an ice cube. It's Jank City in this video. That's what we signed up for. The ice like froze the leak here. Do you know what I see in the middle already? I saw layer lines. Oh my god. That's so cool.
That's cool. Is it on a fork?
Yeah.
Oh. Whoa! It's like Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Is that a lick line from you, dude?
No? Why would you think that?
Wait, that's metal?
Yeah.
So the idea is now that you melt this guy and then you reverse it. And then you're a Terminator.
Exactly. Exactly.
What? I just showed up.
It's just this car.
So I'm going back to trying the heat guns
Curvico.
with the fork. We have yet to try that. It's getting so skinny. It looks like an alien now. Successful test. Ooh, by the way, if you want to print your own head, Bamboo actually just released a Make My Statue feature, which will create a model from a single picture. This feature just rolled out. It's pretty cool. I wish it came out a lot sooner because I would have used it on this video, but alas, it didn't exist then. It does now. You can check it out. I feel like I want to take this one step further and actually try to do a visual effects test with this.
I like to think I inspired this whole video because I gave Ren a vial of gallium several years ago for his birthday.
Jan, did you know that you actually inspired this video?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so I rotoed the metal
Wait.
out of the inspired this
In the background, it's from the video that we saw a little while ago.
video.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so I rotoed the metal out of the shot and I just put it into the shot that I'm in.
Okay.
It's like, even though we're doing this effect practically, you know, we're not using CGI, I still believe that visual effects are on the table still.
Sure. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it as a full effect.
I think this was the one I wore initially. So yeah, what should be the face that I do? So is it like a... That was surprisingly hard. That was the longest I've stood for a scan before. I could feel sweat dripping down my spine. Ooh. Thanks, Austin.
You got it.
Hell yeah, we got a nice little scan of us.
That's the first ever scan I got of you that you knew about.
So I got a scan, but that wasn't enough. I actually went through and I sculpted more crevices, more creases, and more detail into the scan itself so that we have all that nice crispy detail in the 3D print. Look at how much more extra detail there is in this. Just look at the difference between these. This guy's here to have fun, but this one's here to kill John Connor. Now keys. It's still a little rough, so I'm gonna hit it with some primer and sand it down so that it is as smooth as
yes,
possible.
Ren made Ren
this
kiss
is now
Ren.
really smooth. This is a huge improvement over what we've been using previously. But that's not the only thing I've improved. I actually designed a custom silicone casing just for this. First, I glue this down to the base. Now I'm gonna hit it with some mold release so I can actually remove it from the mold.
That is a good
and of
question.
course, hit the inside of the mold as well. I'm gonna glue down the walls of the housing, and then to prevent leakage, we're gonna clamp the sides down. Now it's time to mix our silicone. I got more this time so I don't run out. Now I'm gonna mix it with something that's a little bit better than a popsicle stick. Now, of course, all that mixing put a lot of gas into this, so I'm gonna actually extract that gas with a vacuum chamber. Now it's bubbling. That is some airless silicone right there. We just made rubber. Yeah, I mean, the second attempt at making a mold has gone way smoother than the first. Hopefully it doesn't leak through the sides that I didn't think about sealing up.
Oh
no,
my.
dang it, that's why I was supposed to put in the hot glue on the sides. There's still time, there's still time. So I'm gonna hope this is enough. I'm gonna keep pouring. Okay, it's still leaking. Dude, it's leaking around the hot glue. What the heck? Oh my God. Well, there just went all the glue. I think we may have spoken too soon when we said this was going smoother. I don't want to give up on this. See, this is already starting to work. I just had to keep putting hot glue on top. Now to mix this up again. Oh, gotta degas this now. All right, ready? Here goes the rest of it. It's hardcore leaking now. No. I need something better than freaking hot glue. I need something real heavy. Do you know what weighs a lot? Water.
Are you about to put the mold in water to seal the leaks by the
Started
density
spilling
of
everywhere.
water?
Meanwhile, it's just leaking downstairs. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. This is
Just
officially one of the most
explodes.
absurd things.
Silicone
Imagine
everywhere.
if you're doing a visual effects shot and there's no undo button, and if you make a bad enough mistake, you literally have to start over the entire project from scratch. That's what like practical stuff is, which is why experience is so valuable.
I still feel like a little common sense, Red.
Cool. Oh man, it does not want to release from that chin. There we go. Okay. Oh no, it's not cured on the head. Ooh. Oh man, it's goopy everywhere in here. What happened? What would have done that? Yeah, so this problem is called cure inhibition, and that happens anytime like a chemical interferes with the silicone's ability to cure, causing a goopy mess specifically where I need it to not be goopy. I wonder if the play here is to actually just wash this out with isopropyl alcohol. I don't want to say what I'm thinking on camera. God, it's still just as sticky. And it's like leaving a residue on my finger, so it will leave a residue on the gallium. I hate to say it, but I think this is toast. All that work.
Yeah, think of something?
I'm like 95% certain that the thing that was causing the cure inhibition was actually this primer paint. So instead of doing this, I give it one more coat of this paint right here, which is acrylic based, and that should put a layer around the print here. I'm pretty optimistic about this one. This is not going to leak this time. I've sealed it up pretty well.
Oh, here we go.
All right, I am seeing no leaks. I think this might be working. It's working! It's working!
What went wrong?
Is it gooey? Oh, dude, that green paint just melted this stuff.
This is so much worse. So much worse.
Oh,
look how gross this is. This is so ridiculous. Oh my God, come on. How is it worse than the last one? I was pretty sure it was the spray paint beforehand, but now I'm double, triple sure that it's the spray paint now. Even though I don't know why, because I thought the second spray paint would fix it, not make it worse. But I think the easy solution here is to just not use any spray paint at all.
What does the T-1000 do when he's shattered into a million pieces?
He pulls himself back together, piece by piece, and perseveres and continues. God dang, that was the inspiration I needed, Daniel. All right, let's do this. Since I can't smooth it out with paint, I'm going to just print this thing at a much higher resolution. And to do that, all I gotta do is swap out the nozzle with a much smaller 0.2 millimeter wide nozzle, which will allow for a layer height of 0.04 millimeters. This should create enough detail in my print that I don't need to do any post-processing and smoothing. Let's try this again. If I had a lot more experience, I would have already understood these problems going into this project and just jumped over those hurdles before they even became hurdles.
The Terminator music.
I'm accruing that experience right now. I'm slowly digging into that hillside that says rookie, and I'm whittling that down. But that's how you learn any skill. Tackling it, learning it through pure experience. We have failure number 1, we have failure number 2. I really hope that this is not failure 3. So let's crack it open and find out. I think it's solid. I think it works.
Looks
oh my
good.
God, yeah. Oh my God, dude, these little flippy floppies.
Flippy floppies!
This is ready for casting right now. What a day. I made a gallium head. Okay. Wow, dude. That's
Looks
the
pretty good.
Terminator right there. It's time to melt. This is still a
All
test at
this
the end of the day,
just to melt
but
it.
it only really works if we treat it like the real thing. It's going. It's kind of getting a little bit of that tiny head, big body look. Dude, look at that neck. Look at that neck. Look how tiny that neck is. Dude, look at that neck. No, seriously, it might fall off. Dude, look at that neck snap. Ah! Well, I think that was a success, more or less. Let's take a look. Here's the shot. Little lifeless, but I realized I could do like a mesh track on my body and apply that tracking to the statue. So I'm using this plugin called Lockdown, made by my buddy Chris. So with the Lockdown applied, it looks like this. I mean, it's pretty subtle, but it makes a big difference. So for the final thing, I'm gonna amp it up a little bit more, add a little bit more motion to it, but I think this is gonna work. I'm excited about this.
Sleep later.
We're filming the actual short film. We're not just doing a test VFX shot. This is hopefully the final one. I'm applying everything I've learned over all the experiments we've done so far, but I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna turn out. There's always an element of chance. I'm a little worried maybe we'll blow a breaker because we got all these heat guns going. If the heat guns turn off or the lights go out, the shot is essentially ruined. So I hope that doesn't happen. I've tried to make precautions so that it doesn't, but you never know. Here we go.
Bruh.
That sucks. Dang, that's a ruined shot, I think. Where's the
The
breaker
power.
for in here?
Back in the bathroom. I'm gonna put it back right here.
Cool, thank you. So this doesn't happen again. I need to distribute the load. Brandon, can I actually plug into your office?
Okay. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
We're good.
Just a little crossfade is all this needed. Like 5 frames.
Just a 5-frame crossfade, no big deal.
Another perfectly executed.
Yep, perfectly.
I keep forgetting Brandon has a office literally next door.
Got the code again. Is it 800 or is it 101? You forgot your digital key again, didn't you? Here, try mine. I'm just playing. Yeah, let's go. Scared me, man. You owe me another coffee, by the way. Yeah, but I will also need that key back. It's me. So yeah, what'd you think? I'm
All right, that was
pretty
nice.
pleased with
That was
it.
pretty
I think
good.
it actually ended up working pretty well. And yeah, in case you're wondering, the melt you're seeing in the video is the same one where the power went out. It actually ended up working perfectly. The lights went out, but so did the heat guns. So when they all went back on, it was like nothing happened. I didn't even need to do a cross frame. It was just a hard cut. You also may have noticed that there's some additional shots in the video that we didn't talk about at all yet. I made a gallium key by just 3D printing a random key I found on the internet and then making a mold out of that and casting the gallium in it. What's interesting about the key melt is that we actually melted it standing upright as opposed to sideways, so the drips didn't fall downwards. But to get that to work in the shot, we're gonna spin all of the lights 90 degrees as well. The bucket shot ended up being one of the jankiest, hard to get to work shots in the whole thing, but I think it still works. I made a bucket mold, but it kept falling over on the frying pan that I was trying to cook it on, so I had to put a stick in the top of it to keep it from falling over. And you can actually kind of see the stick in the shot, but don't worry about that.
Oh.
Even the shot of the gallium pool sliding up in behind me was done by putting the shot on a TV to get the actual reflections down on top of the liquid gallium there at the correct scale. Yeah, that whole floor is just the table. It's not the real floor. Also, adding more motion to it, I think, was everything. It breathed so much more life into the shot where previously it was just like the static statue, and now it actually feels like the Terminator. And I'm very happy about it. This is literally a shot I've been specifically thinking about for over 2 years.
I feel like you could definitely do the
Finally
motion
did it.
practically
I'm
as
just
well.
more than anything really pleased about this.
Oh,
And if
whoops.
anything, it's given me a bigger appreciation for not just the special effects artists of the day, but the visual effects artists of the day. It's all filmmaking, which is all just problem solving. It's all just a hack, and I love it. What a fun video. All right, it is time to send the gallium back, but I gotta weigh how much we have. I am absolutely going to miss the gallium, man. This is like the coolest thing I've ever played with. I would say I've done an excellent job of not wasting the gallium that we actually have.
Oh my.
Oh no! No!
Oh.
The quarter from the beginning of the video. I gotta eat it.
No! You... Oh man. What is this? Oh, Sniper Elite. Wait, there's players in Sniper Elite? What? Wait, this is interesting. Always test your practical solutions in a different way. Testing if your modes would leak, just pouring water in would have saved so much effort. Testing heat guns on nothing instead of the actual monitor, verify that you won't blow a breaker, and you have to risk that shot. Always make a life easier and gain experience without risking everything each time. That is true. There was a lot of stuff that I thought, you know, you could probably... Yeah, you could probably do those without, you know, sacrificing so much. Excuse me? I know he trolled for most of it, but there was a lot that was definitely like the leaks, for example. Him messing up with the leaking. Those he could have definitely planned for ahead of time. He even said how he knew he should have done something and didn't do it. If he had done it, there wouldn't have been a leak. But the GUI stuff, I think that was just not knowing.
We could shoot a short film at this location if it only wasn't so expensive to travel.
Hold on.
Don't you wish you could shoot a short film at this location if it only wasn't so expensive to travel there? Oh, I know. Let's just film on the street outside of our studio. Ah, Los Angeles. Oh yeah, I forgot. You need a permit to film outside here. Oh, man, isn't there anywhere you could just film for free? Like nature. Nature's free to film, as long as you're willing to hike. But what if none of that mattered? What if you could capture and reuse locations anytime you wanted? Well, with Gaussian Splats, you can. And in this video, I'm gonna show you how to capture and create your own.
and
He's not
how
an
to
actual
orchestrate
place.
a heist to steal high-profile film locations straight out of the backlot of Hollywood studios.
What?
All with your computer. Before we get into any heist montages or stuff like that, let me explain a little bit about the technology that's going to go into this. Gaussian splats. Gaussian splats are a way to recreate objects and environments in 3D without having to use actual 3D models. Instead, it uses an AI model to retain the photographic elements of your original scene. So when you create a Gaussian splat, it actually starts out kind of simple. You take a bunch of images or videos or things like that.
So it's basically a 3D
You
scan.
track your camera like your 3D camera tracking a shot. But what happens next is very different. It's basically mapping out at which angle all your photos are being taken. And that's going to be important because now it creates a point cloud of your environment and uses that data
Yeah, so
to
it's
effectively
like a 3D scan
reproject
thing.
each image back out onto your scene into what are called Gaussians. Have you ever seen that Mythbuster thing with like Jamie and Adam with the giant paintball gun that makes the Mona Lisa really quickly in one shot? That's kind of what a Gaussian splat is in a way. Imagine you have an array of paintball guns and you're going to keep shooting them until an image is formed. The better your GPU, the more cores that your GPU has, the faster this is going to go. And in our case, our GPU has something like 4,000 cores. In the screen cap, look at that. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090, that's right. So now our army of 4,000 people with paintball guns are all gonna sit there shooting their little paintball guns until eventually they've coded everything at the best detail they can achieve. And that requires the power of a good GPU. It was pure luck, an absolute blessing that the sponsor of this video was actually somebody who could truly systems. That makes sponsorship at this point. I think this is more of a collaboration. Okay, remember all those 4,000 paintballers who were shooting their balls? Well, guess what? Their work of art is finally complete and you can tour their museum.
So yeah,
as I'm walking
just,
around here,
it's a program that
we're
attaches
seeing
the
these
images.
millions of points from our point cloud,
As points.
all being rendered in real time, and all the little blurry blobs of paint, the Gaussians, they're also being rendered, shifted, culled in real time. Let's take a look. GPU, how we doing? Each time I move the camera, you can see, look at that, look at that. What's really crazy here? Look at this. We're not even utilizing the whole dang thing. I mean, it's great having a really great system like this, a powerful system that you can rely on, because there's a lot of work still to be done. So we have this amazing technology that allows us to capture and reproduce locations almost in photoreal 3D. And that's got me thinking, what if we could use this technology to capture a location we wouldn't otherwise have permission to film at? And if this all sounds illegal, it might be. But using the help of a certain lawyer I know, I think we can find a loophole.
Sam.
Jake.
How can I help you?
Let's just review the basics. Is it okay to take pictures in public? And if so, what are you allowed to do with them?
As a general rule, it's totally fine to take pictures in public.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can do anything you want with the pictures, right?
You own a copyright in what you've captured.
Okay, so let's say I'm going to this place and I know they allow photography as long as it's not commercial photography. What can I do with those pictures?
What are you trying to do?
We're taking a bunch of pictures and then turning that into a three-dimensional representation of the environment.
Okay, so you guys would have a copyright in that as an inherent position, but that comes with a couple things. Copyrights in architecture. That's kind of the first thing. You gotta hop over that hurdle. If somebody like designs a building, they own the copyright in that design as it exists, say, on the paper or in the rendering. Then there's a copyright that also exists in the architecture itself as it is built, because that's a different manifestation of like creativity than the drawing. If you're entering a building that says, hey, photography is okay, but not for commercial purposes, you're still allowed to grab that Gaussian splat. But the moment that you turn and take that and use it for commercial purposes, then obviously now you're in violation of what they're allowing. You are obviously using this technology that's in a gray area. it's technically, I think, still a copyright infringement, but maybe there's a little bit of a rebel with a cause in that infringement.
This is gonna get complicated.
You know, there is an example of one movie. They filmed it entirely on Disney World property, and they were allowed to legally distribute that film because Disney never pursued a legal action against it. Now, it didn't get the official stamp of fair use because Disney never pursued it legally, but the fact that they didn't is pretty strong precedent to say you might be able to do this.
Jake was right. Escape from Tomorrow was a horror film that pulled off the impossible, stealing from the mouse. And they did this just by purchasing theme park tickets, dressing up like tourists, and bringing in consumer-grade cameras. They blended right in. So I think we found our mark, a theme park, but not just any theme park.
Interesting.
We're talking about Universal Studios Hollywood. And you might think this is all roller coasters and butterbeer there, but no, this is a functioning film studio as well, home to some of the greatest sound stages and exterior sets where iconic films have been made. But filming there would be preposterous, right? It would be so expensive to try and rent one of these locations. But that's when I found another way in. You see, through the theme park, you can actually access walking tours of the backlot. Walking tours that allow you to explore, film, take photos, document these sets from any angle. And that's when we're gonna steal them. But before I do that, let's shave. Yeah, this is probably overkill. So I have my disguise and my VIP studio tour ticket to make sure I get enough time at these sets to capture what I need.
So to actually capture a Gaussian splat, it's pretty simple. What you're trying to do is capture a variety of angles around an object or environment. To do this, usually you just walk around in a circle or orbit your subject, taking a low, a medium, and a high angle of it. And you can do this either with taking actual photos or rolling a video and turning that into an image sequence.
Very importantly, I've brought a wide-angle lens and I'm filming on a very high shutter speed with a gimbal to make sure I'm covering as much area as possible and keeping those images extra sharp. So after capturing a few splats in the theme park, it was time for the studio tour. This is where the real money's at. Capturing this is going to be very hard because I don't know how much time we're gonna have. Is it gonna be 5 minutes, 10, 15? Either way, I have to move quickly and cover as much space as I can. There's a lot of hazards in this operation. Not only are there other competing tours with people crossing my frame and stuff, but the tour guides are growing suspicious. I mean, I've told them my cover story. I'm just filming this for a vlog about set design and filmmaking. But the way they're watching me as I document these sets, I feel like they're onto me. But as long as they'll let me, I'm gonna keep capturing as much as I can and then make my escape.
We're just supposed to walk out of there with $150 million in
locations
without getting stopped?
Locations?
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
We've done it. Inside this case is a collection of high-value, iconic Hollywood film sets that we get to use however we want. Under the fair use doctrine of U.S. copyright law, which permits limited use of copyrighted material without permission for purposes such as criticism, commentary, parody, news reporting, scholarship, teaching, and research. And now, it's time to finally
They got their
see
legal parts ready.
what we got.
Ready. Okay, this is pretty cool.
So now that everything is in the can here and we can actually look at this stuff, I think it's a good time to give it an honest critique. There's been a lot of hype so far, but does it hold up? Well, when we look at this stuff, I mean, you can tell right away that the splats are not as crisp as actual footage. So
True.
yes, we can say we are stealing a location, but it is certainly a little bit of the potato version of that location in certain parts.
Potato
It's not perfect,
but it's still really, really cool. And that's what's so fascinating about this technology. It's not necessarily how good it looks at this moment, but simply how fast this technology is progressing. Only a year and a half ago, you couldn't even watch this stuff in real time. Already, there's more developments happening. NVIDIA's coming out with their own point cloud-based rendering that allows you to actually put objects into the scene, and the light and the shadows and all this stuff interact with it. I have a feeling it's gonna get pretty crazy. And the implications this has for media as we know it, and copyright and all this stuff is really interesting stuff. And that's why at the core, these types of experiments are so fun to do. Not only do we get cool images out of it, but we get to start exploring some of these more interesting, deeper topics that affect all of us.
You wouldn't download a location and still find it funny. Yeah, there it is. Gaussian splats are not AI. You might have confused the explanation with NERF. GS are a point cloud-like representation of a scene that is calculated in very simple terms by optimizing the parameters of each point for visual error compared to the photograph images. Unlike classical point clouds, these splats have varying color based on view direction, which allows for capturing phenomena like reflections or reflection. Yeah, Gaussian splats are AI-based. This is not the case. It gets mixed up with neural radiance fields. Okay, yeah. So, like as I thought, it's not AI. It's just it's its own thing. It's completely based on stitching together a bunch of images that you took to make a 3D object. It's basically 3D scanning, but just outward rather than inward. Huh. It's interesting. I need to know what that's about.
Thanks to digital technology, George Lucas has been able to restore and enhance his classic trilogy, the Star Wars Trilogy Special Edition.
When is a movie considered to be finished? Well, if you're the creator of Star Wars, then that's an open question. George Lucas felt that the original 3 Star Wars films, as they appeared in theaters, were essentially unfinished.
The director's usually left frustrated and not feeling that he's been able to complete his vision.
And so, 20 years later, in 1997, he spent $5 million to fix them. This meant adding a slew of visual effects tweaks and even wholly new scenes. The result was films that were, according to George, much more representative of his original vision. These are the versions of the films that I and many other Star Wars fans grew up with, alongside the films he made immediately after. The Star Wars prequels. Hello there. Now that I think about it, it's been about 20 years since those films, and based on the first time around, George is probably finally ready to complete his vision and release the prequels special edition. That is, unless someone is keeping him from fixing them.
Sounds
Yes,
about right.
the Disney Corporation, who famously bought Star Wars and proceeded to throw out any plans George had for the future. Well, we here at Corridor have not forgotten about billionaire filmmaker George Lucas. And our crack team of filmmakers and visual effects artists are going to do what Disney won't. We're going to fix the Star Wars prequels. Now, have we talked to George and tried to figure out exactly what changes he'd make? No. But I think if we take a deep dive into the 97 Special Edition, we'll all learn enough to be able to absolutely 100% represent George's vision.
All of the beards and the hair.
I want to kind of get your guys' thoughts on these special edition changes. So this is the original cut of Star Wars A New Hope. And again, this is what you would have seen on screen in 1977.
It feels pretty grounded and real, you know? 70s effects at work.
It's a bustling city.
A pretty short scene.
I'd like more.
Well, I'd like to give you more.
Lots of little rodents. Ooh, little critters.
An entirely new location.
Big new establishing shot.
A And then our entire view is obstructed.
Ooh,
for
obstructed creature.
About 3 whole seconds.
On the broadest level, what did you guys notice was different?
Dynamic CG camera moves.
Yes, CG camera moves. Originally, they're shooting on big film cameras. It was a low-budget movie, but now he can move the camera wherever he wants.
Were robot bonks possible in the 70s?
So far, George likes adding a bunch of critters. He likes adding a bunch of slapstick.
So guys, while we're in Mos Eisley, there's a completely new scene that was added. This was a deleted scene from the original film.
Oh.
I thought the original was a guy.
The original was a guy in a fur coat.
Ah, my boy, there are times you disappoint me. Why haven't you paid me?
What? But it adds completely new context to A New Hope because in the original cut of the film, Jabba doesn't appear until Return of the Jedi.
Look, Jabba.
This is the best part. Here he goes.
Track them. You can see him like jitter as he goes over too. Like they did not track him.
It's like the motion blurs all wrong, so he's like go blurry. We're gonna now look at one of the most controversial changes. So the thing is, it didn't stop with special editions. There have been many changes made over the years to these films by George Lucas, but the scene he has returned to time and time again is one where Han and Greedo have a bit of a disagreement. In the original cut of Star Wars, Han kills Greedo in cold blood.
Yes, I bet you have.
That's disgusting.
What a scoundrel, right? What an awful person.
I can't support that guy.
So George thought, I'd like Han Solo to be more of a classical hero, right? He would only kill someone in self-defense.
Do they animate his head? Do they animate his head, Dean? Do they wiggle his head away?
Yes, I bet you have.
Oh, they animate
do! I mean, it's not extreme, but they're just...
That was the 97 version. Like I said, there have been further edits
Wow.
made to the films.
How many times...
It took God 7 days to make the Earth, you know? It could take Lucas 7 times to make Star Wars, right?
Here's the 2004 tweak.
Yes, I bet you have.
Here's 2011.
Yes, I bet you have.
Same time. Same exact
So
time.
he's just dialing it.
This is the Disney Plus version.
Oh no, they had the gall?
Yes, I bet you have.
McClunky. Did he shoot first?
You didn't notice that he said McClunky before he shot him?
McClunky. What does McClunky mean?
What does that mean? Is that like an insult?
I don't know. The whole scene has subtitles except for McClunky. But Daniel, do you know this? Was McClunky made without George Lucas's input?
Holy shit.
Oh, what?
According to the Hollywood Reporter, a Disney rep maintains that Lucas made the change before the property was acquired.
I knew it!
Oh.
McClunky was, is, and always has been, Dean.
So, dude, he made the Blu-ray version of A New Hope and then released it, and he's like, shh.
Plus, he's like, yeah, okay, I added the big aliens, I added the slapstick. Oh, God. Oh, McClunky.
George might have forgotten, but we will not.
We have to add McClunky to the prequels.
We do.
We have to add McClunky to
We
the
have to
prequels.
make this make sense.
Dude, Greedo is in Phantom Menace. They got baby Greedo.
Oh, they do have baby Greedo. And what if he's there playing with a baby Han? They were childhood friends.
How tragic is that? It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
We have looked at all the changes in the special edition, and I think we've opened a
Wait,
window
what was
into
that?
the psyche
Hold on.
of George Lucas. So let's apply what we've learned, and I think
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
we have looked at all the changes in the special edition, and I think we've opened a window into the psyche of George Lucas. So let's
Do I need
apply
to
what we've
rewatch the
learned
Star
to
Wars
fixing
movies?
the prequels for George. And I think it's about time because, you know, George isn't getting any younger. George is on borrowed time, guys.
Oh,
Now, would any
I
of
did
us
not know
be
he was
sitting
that
here
old.
without George Lucas?
I would absolutely not be here without George Lucas. I mean, some of the first videos I made were lightsaber videos, of course.
Use proton torpedoes. They're our only hope against those things.
George, yeah, whatever he needs.
I think we are perfectly equipped to carry out George's vision.
Do not insert yourself into it. Do not pollute this vision.
So in about a week's time, we'll all return here with our scenes and we'll channel the spirit of George Lucas. I mean, he's still alive.
He's still alive.
For George.
For George.
For George.
For George.
McClunky.
Hi, George Lucas here. I'm here at ILM working on the computer effects for the new Star Wars Prequels Special Edition. When I'm traveling to a galaxy far, far from me, comfort is #1. That's why I love Bombas. and today's sponsor. Bombas will take you straight to Cloud City with their
Well, when I decided to remaster the prequels, I was saying the technology of these days.
Hey, all right, George. Hey, George.
Hey, hello, George.
Now, if everyone
George
wants to take a
Cam.
seat here.
Oh, yeah.
We've come together as a kind of George hive mind. We're ushering in today the second edition of the special edition.
I love to see it. We made a mistake by releasing the prequels and then selling the entire Star Wars franchise. So it's great that we can all get together to make the special editions we truly intended to make.
Art's never finished, it's only remastered.
A few of us have created some changes to the prequel trilogy, and you're going to need to win a majority in order to get those changes accepted. I want to point out we're joined by a bonus George here today.
Hi, I'm George.
Hi, George. George.
Nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet you guys. Oh, good to meet you.
So which of the Georges today want to kick it off?
I'll go first.
Oh!
Could we cue a wipe, please? Get another wipe going. George loves adding a bunch of silly, goofy nonsense into the shots. Yeah.
We love it!
It's for the kids so they can stay actively paying attention. And looking back at the prequels, Anakin said a lot of weird stuff.
I killed them. The women. And the children, too.
And Padme kind of just shrugs it all off. Using these two changes I mentioned, I think we can keep the kids' attention while giving Padme a good excuse.
The trouble is that people don't always agree.
Well, then they should be made to.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well. I killed them all.
Wait, what is this audio?
And not just the Michigan,
But the women and the children, too. They're like animals. I hate them.
To be angry is to be human.
You're with him! You brought him here to kill me!
It's so stupid.
Anakin, all I want is your love.
And you've got it, babe. Why don't you get some rest? You've had a long and stressful day, and naps are always a good idea.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Round of applause for George.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Padme didn't hear anything that would raise any flags, and she gets to be the righteous character that she was meant to be. How do we feel, Georges? I say put it in.
Upload that to Disney Plus right now.
Aye. Majority?
Majority.
Majority.
Add to majority.
Well, thank you, George.
We all know about Jar Jar. We all know about Jabba. Man, there's just one CG character that if I knew about it at the time of making the prequels, I would have put it in. But this character didn't come out on the big screen until 1 year later. So, without further ado, I'd like to present to you the new version of the CG character that everybody's going to talk about from Star Wars.
Wow. Wow, that's quite the promise.
Bruh.
Wilhelm Lewis.
Master gave Dobby a lightsaber. A really cool one. You guys have lightsabers too? Master did not tell me that. Never mind. I don't want to fight. Dobby does not want to fight. Leave me alone. No, I don't want to fight. I said I don't want to fight.
Dobby, you get back here at once.
Dobby is free.
Oh.
It's like poetic because we got a little goblin guy in the original movies, and now we got a little goblin guy in the prequels.
That's what I'm saying. I'm always searching for the weird little skin dudes to put in these movies, and now I finally
I don't
found
like
the
that
perfect one.
term.
Plushies?
Plushies. Plushies. Thank you, Georges.
Majority.
I'm gonna be authentic here in this moment. Jar Jar Binks, right? We all love him. Yeah! Exactly. We famously said.
Hold on.
Jar Jar
What
is the
did
key to
they
this whole
say?
thing.
What was the response for the previous thing?
Wow, that's quite the promise.
Oh, they didn't say anything. Okay.
Goblin guy in the prequel.
Plushie. We all love him. Yeah! Exactly. We famously said Jar Jar is the key to this whole thing.
Jar Jar is the key to all this.
But we got bullied, and we had to yoink him from all future sequels. Flash forward to Attack of the Clones. Needs a little comedic relief, doesn't it?
And with 20 years of reflection, I feel like the world is finally ready for a little more Jar Jar.
So without further ado, I present to you my vision for the remastering of the Battle of Geonosis.
This is very, very bad.
Is this how we discovered Jar Jar's actually a... Oh.
Thank you. A lot of symmetry in Star Wars, right? How does Boba Fett, Jango's son, die?
He got poked.
A little whoopsie-daisy, wasn't it? A little bit of a silly accident, wasn't it? So, what do we do to his father? We reduce his death to being a moment of slapstick.
This is genius if you really think about it.
George, I don't know about that last part.
You know, we like to play, don't we? We like to play on the edge. We can always remove that last part.
Regardless, there are so much Jar Jar in the frame. I think it really makes up for the horrific decapitation.
So we have your vote, George?
It's my vote. I got it. It's going in the movie.
Majority?
Majority.
So, as you know, we're a father.
We are a father.
We are.
When we released the second film, we added in a little anti-drug message, you know, show them that Jedis aren't cool with drugs. It was the 2000s, like drugs weren't as much of a problem, but now?
There's horse trank now.
And vapes.
And vapes.
Vapes are a problem.
I thought we'd revisit that scene and add a little bit more of an oomph.
Where are you going, Master?
For a drink.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
Don't give in, Obi-Wan. Remember what happened the last time you tried death sticks?
Oh, that is terrifying.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, golf.
That's so gross.
Hopefully that'll scare him straight, you know?
George, I think there's a problem here.
That language, George. That language.
Oh, the language. Oh, golf.
Oh.
Straight, you know?
George, I think there's a problem here.
That language, George. That language.
Oh, the language.
That language.
Let's swap it out with a McClunky.
Yeah, McClunky off.
McClunky off!
I'm in favor.
Going straight in.
Majority.
George.
Obviously, we've all thought a lot about the Han and Greedo shootout.
we made the change to take Han from being a cold-blooded killer to someone worthy of redemption.
Redemption, yeah, that's what I said.
And who else in the Star Wars saga has a redemption arc?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, also known as Anakin Skywalker. How do we make Anakin worthy of redemption? Because according to George's own rules, Anakin cannot be redeemed in episode 6. So I thought there's one scene in particular that if we just make a tiny little tweak, one you won't even notice, we could take Anakin from being cold-blooded killer to somebody worthy of redemption.
It's gonna be someone calling him McClunky.
You may have heard the chaos downstairs, but I'm here to get you to safety.
Oh, it's the.
Is she in your class? Whoa,
I know. What's the show? It's from a show. I can't remember the name. The chick, the girl in the gi is from a show where it's like about a guy who was like an assassin or something, and he's trying to just live a normal life but can't get away from having to kill people still because things just keep going stupid. And I remember it was like what was funny is that she thought he killed her dad but never actually did. Even he thought he did but never actually did because the guy just tanks everything and clearly isn't human. And then it's discovered that she somehow is clearly not human because it's insane.
Stop it.
But yeah, she goes absolutely like feral.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
His face.
What have I done?
I'm sorry, I just saw her coming and I didn't.
Oh my.
Padme, I have seen a security hologram. I saw Anakin acting only in self-defense. He's still completely worthy of redemption.
Yes! Yes, you fixed the biggest problem in the movie.
You fixed the biggest problem.
We've established that attacking first is just a rule to make it okay to kill you. So in this case, if it works for Han, why doesn't it work for Anakin, right?
Now, you did add another problem, though, which is the gruesome demise of one of these children.
We saw Yoda decapitate a couple clone troopers. All the clone troopers are children.
They're like a couple years old.
That is
Can we
true.
make the blood green?
That's a good note. We could probably hit that again in 20 years.
I think that you've got a clean majority on
Majority.
Yeah, it goes in the movie. Thank you, George. Thank you very much, George. Now look,
I wonder
as
what
we
George
all
Lucas
know,
would think of this.
Every little detail that fills the frames of these Star Wars movies is accounted for and has a backstory, except for one thing, one word.
McClunky.
McClunky. To this day, and this is true, this word has not been explained.
I mean, we know what it means. We know what it means.
Today, I am offering an additional scene, and we reveal truly what McClunky means.
They're ready for it.
They're ready for it.
They're ready for
I
it.
think they're ready.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Oh, it's the childhood friends thing of Greedo and.
Oh, dude, you should not be playing with that. That's dangerous.
Look at these. Naketano Kuni.
Whoa.
What's Kokman Kuntuta?
Nerf herder. Wait, no. Glove shit glove shit
Braga Bunka. Slima. Super Pizza.
Oh! No. McClunky.
McClunky.
Sorry about the mess.
McClunky. They gave him a whole backstory and everything.
It's so good. Yes. It makes sense. It rhymes. It rhymes.
We've been sitting on that since 1977.
It just feels good to get that off your chest, you know?
Wait, but is the dodge in this one?
I removed it.
You don't need it anymore, because if you think about it, Greedo shot first 20 years before.
That's right. Greedo shot first 20 years before.
This is absolutely the best version, and I think once and for all, this settles the scene. We don't have to return to the scene ever again.
The score's been settled.
So I think this is probably the most important change that we viewed today, because we've been coming at this thing for 40 years now. But I think what you've done here today, George, is you've brought a sense of absolute symmetry to these films. And I, for one, think you deserve a majority.
Hands up.
I'll put up 2.
It was beautiful. They gave the actual scene backstory. They gave the word McClunky meaning.
To George.
To make George Lucas will return. This expected a version where Greedo continually fires at Solo for 2 solid minutes while Solo dodging every shot in increasingly ridiculous and janky ways until he finally shot back. That would have also been really good. If John Wick has taught us anything, if you murder someone's McClunky, the gloves are off. Nick looks enough like George Lucas that he doesn't need a disguise. That was great. I loved that. That was fantastic. But yeah, today's just a chill day.
This is me dressed as Spider-Man, and I'm going to web sling up to the ceiling to hide the way that Spider-Man always does. My friend has no idea that this is going to happen, and he's hunting for me with a Nerf gun. The question is, will he look up? It's the Spider-Man challenge.
Okay.
Henchmen are about to bust in, and he webs up to the ceiling and sticks to the ceiling above the door.
Classic, yeah.
And they walk in the room like, oh, where'd he go?
Where's Peter?
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of NPC mentality going on with these characters in the movies that I don't think is very realistic, personally. I mean, you can feel someone's presence. I mean, you wouldn't look up?
I think I can make this work, Jake.
Look, if you're really gonna do this, just remember, it's all about that sleight
I
of
feel like
hand.
pure peripheral vision. I can't not see things on the
I've called
ceiling.
on our friend.
And I have high
He's a
ceilings.
professional stunt rigger, and I've asked his team to come up with a way to get me up there.
How's that feel?
Feels fine. It's comfortable.
Feels okay?
Yeah, harness feels fine. So after a bunch of dry runs and adjustments to the rigging, I could be lifted to the ceiling in one smooth pull. But will it be silent and fast enough to conceal my escape from detection? Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
The big
day has
test.
arrived. This afternoon, Nick will announce that we're making a John Wick. Big day has arrived. This afternoon.
Heads up, next Tuesday, the 5th, Nico, JC, and I are going to be filming a movie challenge video in Studio 4, the main corridor, and the loading dock, and we want to pull each crew member to participate starting first thing that day. I want to keep the details secret, but it'll involve Nerf, so come prepared for action. Starting Tuesday morning until the shoot wraps, we'd like to ask that everyone refrain from entering through Studio 4 and instead use the Studio 3 door things. I love that they have a Discord, which makes perfect sense, but then they also react with thunders.
Nick will announce that we're making a John Wick Olympics challenge where people have to run an obstacle course hunting for somebody. The thing is, this whole John Wick thing is all a fabrication. It's just an elaborate decoy.
I'm going in with an open mind and a loaded magazine.
Okay, Nico.
Sam Gorski. I will emerge wearing a henchman boss costume, which is a large trench coat that conveniently hides my Spider-Man costume and harness. I will then give a speech that will hype them up and tell them the rules of the game.
Great opening speech. That was a really good opening speech. I'm ready.
Once I finish and walk back to Studio 4, and they will think that I am just a normal henchman, I will have achieved perfect misdirection. Nick will keep them distracted by some questions of what their strategy is.
What's your loadout today?
I'm gonna bring this in there, just so that way I can have a cool moment.
Tell them that he has to roll the cameras and stuff, while I get my jacket off and get my harness rigged up to the line. When I'm ready, I will make eye contact with Nick from the doorway and nod. And when he nods back, it means everything is set. Nick will then yell, "Go!"
John Wick!
And we will act out the John Wick portion of this ruse, complete with Nathan, a stuntman who has been in hiding the whole time to do a cool death and really get their confidence and adrenaline going.
What's up, Sam? You got what it takes?
So once they eliminate a few targets, and
They have
contact
music
with me,
playing,
the
too.
most crucial moment begins. Step in from the doorway at just the right time to get up and out of the way without getting seen.
Oh man, I feel like I'm in a video game. What the? What the heck? Spider-Man. Wait, Nico, is that actually you? How did you do? Hey, buddy. Hey, Max. Okay, wow. Okay, so that was completely mind-blowing because I had no idea if that was gonna turn into Spider-Man. Because I walked in here and I was like, where did he go? That was like superhuman. I was rushing. I was like, that was the last thing that I expected to happen when I walked in here. Wow, congrats. That was amazing, yeah.
I like
And
how it
also
was
the fact
spider
that
string.
you legit got me with the sprayer. That was really good.
It's really tough tricking people in the office, especially Sam. He's very clued in as to what's happening.
Yeah, let's do run next.
See, the thing is, we're sponsored by Uplift desks, and they're really nice sitting, standing desks.
I want to know if they had made it. Oh my, this is a long segment. I want to know that if they had done it where they for some reason clue in that they should check behind the door or something, they would actually open the door, check behind, but still not look up. Because they'd be looking in the corner, but not up. Or at least their idea would be check behind the door. That's where a person would be. Would they even look up at all or even attempt to?
Myself and Spider-Man into that corner, assuming I can figure everything out. So let's get back to it.
My strategy is to shoot the bad guys.
3,
Dogs don't look up.
1, John Wick!
Oh, dang.
What the heck?
Is the door?
You know, if you're looking for something good. Oh my god!
How the heck did he get up there?
Oh my god, Nico! No way! Oh my god!
You know, I'm impressed with the door technique. I like the ingenuity, but too bad you didn't get an umbrella instead.
I know there's nothing up there. That's not a hiding spot up there. Honestly, well played. That was real good. Did not expect. When I looked up and saw you there, that blew my mind.
Gosh, I gotta clear corners a little better than this.
What you gonna do? You can get me? Oh, you can't hit anything. You can hit anything.
He's teasing. shoot. Oh my God. Did I get you? That is crazy. We got an IP switch up here. Hold on a second. That is crazy. That is one of the wildest things I've ever seen in my life. Who pulled you up there?
You're over there.
That is so good. Holy
You got a little web on you, buddy.
Oh, I got all gooed up, dude.
Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Okay. John.
Oh, it's John.
He does.
Ah! Come on, Jan. Come on, come and get me. Come and get me.
Clever.
He's gonna check behind the door.
Okay.
How's the weather down there?
Excellent, guys. I was just like, oh, excellent. Excellent. Oh,
Wait, did he have the? Hold on. Hold
You're
on.
an excellent Nerf player.
Excellent. Excellent, guys. I was just like, oh.
He had it. It's the his. So he's missing like a section of his pinky, right? And they did this whole thing where they gave him like a, they like a 3D printed like prosthetic pinky, and then they made like upgrades to it and everything. I think this is the one with the Nerf,
Excellent.
like the Nerf launcher that's like built in and everything.
Oh, I got Spider-Man.
You're an excellent Nerf player and you're good at clearing your corners, but
If you're ever.
It is. He's got the gauntlet and everything.
No. Oh no, there's something afoot. There's something afoot. Incredible. 10 out of 10.
What's up, Jake? How'd your week go?
Don't worry about how my week went. How did your week go, Nico? Because I heard that you actually attempted this insane thing.
I did.
Is it me or does he look
I
like
have
he's on a
some
green screen?
important results to show you. Some very important results.
I'm not gonna take you alive, Nico.
Oh, nice. Under the guise of a Nerf game. I love that. Good call.
You gave me a really good bit of advice. It's about the sleight of hand.
Yeah, dude. It really is.
I needed to get people in the henchman mindset. And what better way to make somebody a henchman than to make them think they're the good guy? Check this out.
Look at that. Look how efficient that was. Griffin, you're gonna smoke him.
Oh, what the heck?
What the heck? They all just keep shooting.
I'm done?
Well, I mean, you got webbed.
Wait. Oh, that's why you were in a trench coat. Okay. I was the henchman the whole time.
And the guys having the stuntmen at the studio for the sake of the video. It's like, oh, of course there's stunt guys here. That was so smart.
What you got? What you got, man? Come on. Come on. What you got, man? I got this. Come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me.
The GoPro on the head.
Am I John Wick?
There's more guns. There's always more guns.
Where is
What? You just got webbed. Baby, I can't even handle what's happening right here.
What? That's awesome, but what the hell is happening? What is this?
We did elevate it for Austin. We decided to sneak back down when Austin came through the door.
Shoot.
Look at him with this walking.
We'll save that one for later.
Oh my god!
henchmen all along. Those are good guys I killed. Oh no, do they have families?
Those are good guys. So there you have it.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh, that's
Wow.
great.
I can't,
That's
wow.
fantastic.
I am genuinely impressed, Nico. I did not think for the life of me that would work as well as it did. But you know, you thought of everything. It was well planned, well coordinated, and you knew exactly how to slide that prestige right in there. And by the time they figured it out, it was already done.
That was great.
Stupid mask.
The mask, yeah.
Dude, the moment they walked in that door, they were already dead. They didn't know it.
But they got you up there so fast. You did a great job of just being quiet and still and waiting for the moment to strike them with the web. I would have never seen this coming. If I would have been here, I feel so proud right now to be witnessing this. Remember, all this started from me hiding under a jacket in the costume rack. And now we got wires and Nerf games and 3-week sort of mind cons that you have going on. I love it. Dude, good job.
Thanks,
wow.
man.
I don't think this could have been
I like
better
how they've done like the
Let us know who your
they've
favorite
done like the Batman
Spider-Man
trick and
takeoff
everything.
Was it Austin? Was it Sam? Was it Jan? Any other ideas you have for me or Jake or anybody? Put them in the comments. I'll make sure no one else reads them except for me or Jake.
Hey guys, you're not allowed to look at the channel for like the next 4 months.
You want to hang out later with the perfect spider? Slightly disappointed John Wick Olympic isn't a thing. Maybe it still can be. I've got his pure gold. We need more of this. That would be interesting. Reminds me of how Valve says that players practically never naturally look upwards in video games. You know, I should try that more often in games. Whether does anyone want to or feel the need to look up? If you ever want to hide something in a video game, hide it above the player. Chances are they will scan every molecule of the floor and walls before they start searching above them. I feel like I look up. Maybe I don't. Maybe someone could go back and, like, if someone went to, what's it called? Okay, I'd kind of be interested in that. I'm gonna add that to my where is it? To my watch later. Everything else is whatever though. All right, I think what to do now. I could play a little bit of Ghost Frontline. And then just call it and just chill for the rest of the night since I really should. Haven't had much in terms of chilling time as of late. So yeah, I'll go ahead and just switch to GFL. Do a little bit more of the event story and then I'll, just relax for the rest of the night. Probably see if anyone's around to watch some stuff. Excuse me. Alright, let's see. I don't actually know when the update is. Now that I think about it.
Doors Front Line 2 エクシリウム。
Come on. Uh-oh. Don't crash on me. Come on. Don't crash on me. There we go. Let's go quickly use up my material here. So I feel like this is the one that I'd probably need the most out of, so I'm gonna add a little bit of that. What is that? Oh. And then one of these. Well, I am preparing for the next event in terms of the next T-Doll that's coming out, which is gonna be mostly Watuke is coming out. I think she's pretty sure she's the next one. So they did release a post about it, like a sort of, hey, this is the character, here's the profile, that kind of thing. So I think it is a good idea to do a little bit of this. Let's do 3 of these. Some potential attachments. And then go back out. No, not here, not here. Public area. Okay, let's check what is here. Oh, it's more of the same. Okay, well, now I regret having done it. So I guess it's for if you want to farm more of like one of these materials. Which is fine. Okay, what is this last one? It's this. Okay, yeah, I can switch that out for something else. Sardiskal combat reports maybe? No, wait. Yeah, we'll do this since we have the things for both. Sucks that we can't have more dispatches though. Can you maybe get more? Like maybe you can get more if you're at a higher thing. We have so much Stardust Gold. I could do a 10 pull in this as well. But for now... we have enough for 2. So auto this one once. And auto this one once. Dang. Still not enough. I gotta push through that, but for now, let's get as much of this as we can. And then we'll move on to the story. And we're gonna rank up this time. Come on. Who are we fighting here? A similar team, but our team would have more healing. So I might be able to handle that. Should I just do an actual fight? I only have 3 refreshes, so who knows? You know, I'll do an actual fight, sure. I could... Okay, what I could do is wait back. Like, get myself all situated with buffs and everything. And make them have to push me. I think it would work. Oh. I mean, I'll do it, sure. If I can pick her off instantly. Alright. It's a bit of a problem. That's too far. But I could push her forward to pick off their main damage dealer. Huh. That is a tough shield. She's not going down. Okay, so this is better. Okay. Get us more shields. I don't know why I'm so ineffective against her. Dang it. She got her shields back again. Okay, let's pull Lora back so that they can get together here. Do some significant damage. Oh, Spaz didn't even do anything. Okay. We can take out Sumi here. Yeah, we can 100% take her out. Okay, we'll go here. Turn. I just didn't turn. That hits both of them. Takes out Sumi on their side, and now we have to deal with a very tanky Spaz. There we go. Break her shield. And her stability. Well, that was a poor move. Wait, why do I have no movement? What is with me and not having movement? Oh. Oh well. There we go. I bet people that high up aren't used to having losses, so that might be a hit to their ego. There we go. So I can handle equal terms. I didn't even lose anyone, so that's pretty good. Okay. Ult with MP7. Once again, Sumi. Ult. And then load ult. Oop, oop, oop. And done. Then halfway to the next rank. Some rewards. I'm gonna get rewards for ranking up as well. Oh wait, I should get my free stuff from the store. Sumi's Winter Blessing. Dear Commander, do you know what day this is? It's snowing. This is a very special day in Sumi's hometown. Typically, we celebrate it with the people who are closest to us. As it happens, Mailing said we had a Christmas tree in storage. Actually, it's not like it's mandatory for the occasion or anything. The important part is making sure I share my goodwill for this winter with everyone in the Elmo. So if it's not too much trouble for you, could you help decorate the Christmas tree with me? I'll be waiting for you in the Elmo's common area. Of course, it's okay if you're not free. The important thing is, Merry Christmas, Commander. A pull, 100 pieces, and 2 access keys. Targeted procurement. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, it ends tomorrow. Oh, it does tell you if... Wait, does that mean later on there will be ones that are added to standard procurement? Events conclude, elite dolls already in Sumi will not be added to standard procurement. Okay. Wait, did I not get a reward for ranking? For promoting? Friends list. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Should use this one. Oh, dang, she's 30 now. Level 30. Where's Tiff? Level 42. Dang. She's got me beat. Still. Hop in there for a second. Think I did? Yeah. Nice. Shop. Grab the free. Oh, the Christmas bags. Too bad there's no free ones. Why don't we have a free one, game, huh? It's Christmas. Give us some Christmas. I wonder if there's... You know, hold on. Let me check on the Discord, see if there's any new codes. I don't think there are. What is this about? No. No. No, 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 no. Hold on. This is memeing, right? Wait. You're kidding. You're kidding. No. Wait. 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 I can't even look at it. People are saying you're okay. Okay. Hold on. So attachments. So these, right? I don't think I even have any of those that it's talking about. Okay, that's double strat, ultimate pursuit, ally. You want? Hold on. I think I can just go to inventory or whatever. Storeroom. Filter. There we go. Phase strike. I have none of them. Okay. People are saying, wait, craft. Oh, it's just crafting the others. People are saying that as it stands right now, in terms of attachments, the actual best set for everyone until like super min-max in-game, which I'm not near yet, and it's probably taking me forever to get there, but the actual best what's it called, ability set or whatever, is phase strike, to the point that they made an entire Google Doc that is a copy pasta. And I'm just, what? I'm like, they're kidding. Oh, I love that. There's so many. There's so many. But the math, bro, always 15% because they always under. So the amount of them is hilarious. The amount of there's a whole copy pasta. There's so many of them. There's so many. There's even the I'm tired of hearing. It's like stop posting about Face Strike. I'm tired of seeing it. My friends on TikTok send me Face Strike films on Discord. And it's Face Strike guides. I was in the server, right? And all the channels are just Face Strike compilations. I showed my double attack attachment to my girlfriend and the logo. I flipped it and I said, hey babe, this looks a bit like Face Strike. Ding 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 ding. I looked at the Umbrella Corp logo and I said, that's a bit like Face Strike. I looked at my potato masher. I think of a specific icon. I go, masher, more like striker. Ah! There's so many. The thing is, all I have is Ultimate Pursuit. How to targeted study. Click phase strike. Very hard. And then for some reason it shows Scar-L and Scar-H in the background. It's insane. Oh. It only gets worse and worse. Theory crafting. Gunsmoke front line. Do you have how much shield you gain from it as well? I guess is the most illustrative. 5% per stack, but if you cap, well, that's cool. Huh. So it's showing that the 5% boost is for the ultimate pursuit stuff that I've been using has been pointless. What is happening? There's this whole meme. It's like, hey, Skika. Just wanted to say congratulations. It's been nerfed since CN. On the week 1 expansion drills, it was harder on CN. Clear. I know you've been working really hard. CN was harder at it, and I'm happy that you, Sumi, who wasn't available on CN to cheese the nerf stages, achieved your goal of completion. I know your journey through CN was harder. The content was filled with ups and downs, but you and CN week 1 wasn't nerfed. Your dull stuck CN was much harder. Together through them all. And you are rewarded for your patience and Sumi wasn't available on CN at launch. Tenacity. Congratulations. CN players couldn't cheese with Sumi once again. And here's some more success in your future. CN was harder. Endeavors. It's just insane. It's just ridiculous. And then there's like a leaderboard thing about how like the person who's in like top leaderboards uses this like weird mess of units and then joked on people saying mono element teams lol. This whole doc is insane. I'm gonna look up the term phase strike and see what happens. It's not a joke. It's actually the best thing you can do. And apparently what I've been doing is just been slapping these getting this because I've thought, okay, 5% might be pretty good. I mean, it stacks up to 4 times each time it's used. I mean, that's a 20%, you know? That's 20% increase. But phase strike. Oh my god. This is insanity. They have ally support on her, which I mean, I guess is kind of pointless. Do I happen to have the ability to just give her? I do. I could just give her this ability. I don't know what counts as defensive skills. Like, does this count as a defensive skill? Okay, yeah, it says defense right here. What happens if I zoom into you? Oh, right. What about Laura? Adorable. I'm in pain. I'm in so much pain that all this time. I could have been doing so much better if only I just borrowed Fate Strike. Pain. Utter, complete pain. Alright, let's continue with what's it called? The challenge mode. I mean, I can keep one of them. First off, replace you. Replace.
みんなを守れるようになりたいです。頑張れ、ロッタ。バチバチバチ。
Maybe they should be together.
みんなを守れるようになりたいです。
How many enemies are there? Evacuate. Oh, we are evacuating. Where is the evacuation? Where? There it is. Okay, well, let's see what happens if I auto it. I don't think they'll automatically do it, so I'm gonna send MP7 to go activate that. I don't like these little things. They look creepy. Okay. Can I just go through that? What's...
Yo.
Why would you go there? Oh, because of... I see, okay. We need to go press a lever. What is that range? Oh, wait. You know what? Maybe it'll be fine. Myopia? I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it does. Out here. It's another evacuate or what? No, it's a defense. And there's no preset ones. Oh wait, I can grab a support? Oh wait, if I can grab a support, hold on. Actually, hold on. To give Kay some money, I do this. She's not gonna do much at all. What? All right. We will hold. We will hold our lines. Sure. Bruh. I want to know why this thing takes 0 damage.
配置完了。射撃準備。見て見て。えい。今だ。
Actually activate this, because we're gonna need it.
No, 逃げたりしない。粉々になっちゃえ。えい。ご命令を。みんなのために。ご命令を。それ。I'm going for the darkness.
Let's just attack its own units. Alright. I ain't gonna judge, but sure. That should kill a couple of enemies. Just to clip it. And to heal. Why would you heal her when she's right there? We need to take more cover. Can I kill you? At all? No. Not you. What if I blast you with this, huh? Okay, well at least it gets rid of your stability. There we go. Guess we could push him now, right? Oh wait, I should have used her third ability. Get that extra boost. Alright. Give everyone a boost. There we go. Case Mosen did absolutely near absolutely nothing, but it's okay. It's okay. Alright, anyway, we did the story for part 1. That's part 2, right? Yeah. I don't know if there's story at all in the first stage. I guess not? I remember beating the first stage and there wasn't even any story afterwards. So I'm gonna hope that's the case. I don't remember about this one though. I know there is story, I just don't remember what section. It's not as much as like the first one, of course. But there is story. I remember there is story. Is it this one? I guess not. Unless it's only the story nodes. Well, we're about to find out. Alright, but you know what? Let me double check. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. It's this one. This is where it starts. Mug of hot milk in one hand and half cold coffee in the other. I walk into the ops room to see mailing and a call with Groza. 2 months have passed since Sumi was registered to the demo. I feel like there was a skip here. Hold on. Uh... You know what? Hold on. Let me double check. Uh... Trying to see if I can find something that tells me about the story as a whole. About this person, just to make sure I'm not skipping anything, you know. Okay, never mind. I'm not skipping anything. Alright. 2 months have passed since Sumi was registered to the Omo. Veritable mountains of work, occasional elite encounters, and coffers as barren as the yellow zone surface. With a total lack of manpower, I had to send even the recently recruited Krolik on expedition. Taking Sumi with us is indeed dangerous on a contractual level, but with the example of Groza, can our encounter with Sumi break that rule as well? I'm not sure, nor am I so naive, but I can't simply leave Sumi. Let's just see how it goes. Even if we must execute, we should at least have a chance for adjustment. I walk into the command room as I ponder.
Meiling,
Mailing, I've got 2 drinks. Which one do you...
はい、メッセージの受信を確認しました。グローザ隊長、起動基地へ帰還してください。
Okay, message received. Please return to the MBV, Groza. Received ETA 12 minutes. Groza's figure disappears as the call ends.
おはようございます指揮官。
お疲れ様。熊はできてるけど、徹夜したのか?
Good work. Those dark circles all-nighter yesterday? I'm all over it for a moment, passing the cup filled with milk to Mei-Ling. She blows lightly on the steam, sipping from the mug. Better to have milk after an all-nighter.
ありがとうございます。少しは寝たんですけど、ホイールハブを修理しきれていないことに気づいてしまって、走ってるうちに制御を失い、事故になるかもって考えたら、全然眠れず、4時過ぎにはもう起きてしまいました。
Oh, thanks. I slept a little, but the thought of the MBV's axis module malfunctioning and making us drift off course and running into something woke me up at maybe 4. Ellen covers her mouth as she lets out a massive yawn, taking a few gulps of milk immediately after. Her tired movements cause the milk to swish, the foam forming a white circle around her mouth.
だからってこのままでは良くないぞ。この前のタスク1377の報酬はどうなってる?
This won't do. What about the payment from that task 1377?
少しお待ちを。まだ振り込まれていません。一昨日には振り込まれていてもおかしくないんですが、やけに遅いですね。
Let me have a look. Still not deposited. What's taking them so long? Should have been here 2 days ago.
ブリーフには処理効率を良くしてもらいたいものだ。そうしたら、汚染区の生き袋も今頃消えてるはずだろう。今月の収支統計を出してくれ。
If Preet did things a little faster, the contaminated zones would already be empty of elites. Pull up our financial summary this month.
わかりました。
Will do.
こちらがここ1ヶ月の収支とその明細になります。出費で一番の割合を占めているのはメンテナンス費用ですね。
Expenditure and income are both in detail here. Biggest expenditure was repairs. It wasn't cheap fixing Sumi's frame. I think back to that stormy night and the ray of light that pierced the dense darkness. Despite uncertain circumstances, I still ordered the Elmo to approach that dwindling light. Sumi was there, hoisting her lamp high against the wind. Hold on. Oh wow, this is bugged. There's just no audio. After she was restarted, Sumi handed me a letter detailing her experiences while drifting with the Dal commune, including temporarily settling in the ruins of a thermoelectric power plant. As she described, after settling in somewhat, her sister, Ulrid, sent her out on an expedition to acquire supplies, after which a series of twists and turns befell her.
本当にひどい奴らです。仲間を助けに行くスオミさんを置いて逃げるなんて。
What that convoy did really was ridiculous. Sumi went to rescue their friends out of the kindness of her heart, and they just left her behind. Mei Ling bangs the mug on the control panel, startling me with the sound. When I look back at her, she slams the control panel with her fist, spilling the still warm milk onto the surface. Perhaps remembering how much the panel costs, she immediately wipes it down with a paper towel.
スオミさんを見つけた時はあちこちボロボロだったんですよ。でもメンタルモジュールが無事でよかった。
When we found Sumi, many of her frame's functions were impaired. Thank goodness her neural module was okay. Mei Ling has always been filled with indignance in regards to Sumi's experiences and always puffs up when it comes up in conversation. If one were to be angry at every misfortunate incident in the contaminated zones, their very being would soon burn away with rage.
あの時はまだ懐が温かかったから良かったものの、もしも次また別のサプライズ出費が出た暁には、ダチョウのように顔を砂にうずめて現実逃避するしかないだろうな。
Thankfully, we had some cash to spare back then. If any more surprise expenditures were to appear, I'd have to make like an ostrich and bury my head in the sand to escape reality.
次の作戦経路と環境情報を照合したところ、
I've already correlated the environmental information with our route.
経路上にいくつか生き袋の群れが点在していることが分かりました。でもレベルはどれも1か2、高くても3といったところです。皆さんの素体が傷つくようなことは多分ないかと。はい、多分。
The intel indicates that only scattered Elite clusters of Class 1 to 2, at most Class 3, are active. There shouldn't be a risk of damage to the frames of our dolls.
よし、ここまでしっかり調べてくれてたなんて大助かりだ。
Good work. This level of analysis makes things much easier for us.
朝起きてやることがなかったので少し見てみただけですよ。
I didn't have much to do after I got up in the morning, so I had a look.
今のところ全て順調だな。あとはタスク1377の報酬金を待つだけ。
Everything is proceeding as planned. Just need Task 1377's payment to arrive. The control panel emits the notification sound of incoming mail. Mei Ling leaps over and opens the message as I subconsciously lean in.
あ、新しいメールです。報酬。カラフルバブルカー？
A new email. Commander, it's the pay Spectrum bubble cart?
幻想的なリモコン式作戦ユニットがあなたに全く新しい戦場体験を与える。広告でしたか。
The remote combat unit of your dreams, here to bring you a whole new battlefield experience. Ah, it's an ad.
ブリーフはいつからショッピングプラットフォームになったんだ？こんなもの使い物にならないだろう。
When did Brief turn into a shopping platform? This thing looks like the opposite of reliable.
全くその通りです。最近の広告といえばソーラータービンドライバーや自動相談ロボットアームといった使えなさそうなものばかり。
Seriously, Commander, the ads we get nowadays are all stuff like solar-powered turbine screwdrivers or auto-reloading robotic arms, all things that would obviously be practically useless.
ん？でもメイリン、広告にあった商品を頼んだことがなかったか？
Oh, is that so? I seem to remember you calling a number on one such ad, Mei Ling.
あれは新しいパズルゲームだったからです。トップクラス AI の他に1000種類以上もの特殊ステージが実装されてるんですよ。指揮官も面白そうだとは思いませんか？
That's because it was the newest Tetris console. The ad said it had built-in state-of-the-art AI and thousands of preset special stages. It looked really fun. Don't you agree?
定価に見合ってるとは思わないな。サルディスゴールド 0.2 オンス、エネルギーバッテリーを1カートン買える値段だ。
I do not agree with its price tag. 0.2 ounce of Sardis gold, enough for a box of batteries.
でも最終的には買ってません。電話して聞いた頃にはもう全部売り切れてたんですから。まったく広告に載せるくらいなら多めに用意してほしいものです。
It's not like I ended up buying it. When I called and asked about it, they told me they were sold out. Who knows why they didn't prepare some extra stock after they put up ads. She collapses, her entire upper body pressed against the control panel, her cheeks squished against the metal surface as she forcefully pushes her fingers into the panel, as if venting frustrations. I hear the sound of the sliding door opening and look towards the room's entrance. Ah, Leader and Sumi.
メイリーさん、指揮官、ただいま戻りました。
Miss Mei, Commander, we're back.
おかえりなさい。ネメシスさんは？
Welcome back. Where's Nemesis?
ネメシスなら先に装備室に行ってセルフチェックを行ってるわ。
She's gone to the armory to conduct self-inspection.
そうか、ご苦労だった。作戦の状況はどうだ？
I see. Good work. Combat report.
道を塞いでた生き袋の掃討は完了。5キロ内に生き袋および他の生体反応は見当たらない。こちら側の損傷はなし。弾薬消費は合計で30発。細かな報告は後で提出するわ。
The Ethids blocking our route have been removed. No other Ethid or organism responses have been detected within a 5-kilometer radius. No frame damage, 30 rounds of ammunition expended. Detailed report will be submitted later.
よし。少ししたらメイリンと一緒に残り弾薬数の確認をしてくれ。
Alright. I'll have to ask you to take stock of our remaining ammunition with mailing later.
ええ。それと、スオミの車体に調整の必要があるかもしれないわ。
Additionally, Sumi's frame might need some adjustments.
左腕がちょっと同じところをやられたのかもしれません。
Something's off with the left arm. Might be another instance of damage.
それと射撃管制コアの命令伝達速度に 0.082 秒の遅延が見られます。原因がわからないのでメイリンさんに見てもらう必要がありそうです。
Additionally, the fire control module's issuing of commands is delayed by approximately 0.082 seconds. Cause unknown. Miss Mailing might have to investigate further.
わかりました。すぐにでも始めましょう。通知設定を装備室の端末に送るので少しお待ちください。
Okay, I can get started right away. Give me a second to transfer some data to the armory terminal. Sumi seems to notice something as Mailing closes the advertisement email, subconsciously taking 2 steps forward.
これでよし。行きましょうか、ソウミさん。
Alright, that should do it. Let's go, Sumi.
スオミさん？あ、いえ、はい。メイリーさん、さっき閉じた画面、もう一度見せてもらえますか？
No. Miss Mailing, could you open what you just closed so I can have another look?
いいですよ。と言ってもただの広告メールですが、ゴミ箱を開いてと。
Sure, but that was just an advertisement. Second, let me open the recycling bin.
これです。スオミさん、こういうのに興味があったんですか？
It literally has the same UI as our mail system in the game. Here you go. Are you interested in this, Sumi?
いいえ、全然こんなものに興味なんて持つわけありません。
No, never. I would never be interested in such things.
そうですか。でも今、いかにも興味ありげに顔を画面に近づけてましたよね。
You wouldn't, but your face is practically inside the screen, clearly looking like you cared a lot.
どうした？スオミに欲しいものがあるのか？どれどれ？
What? Something Sumi wants. Let me have a look.
リモコンカラフルバブルカー。戦場を自由に駆け回り、幻想的でカラフルな泡の霧を作り出す。あなたの相手の視覚と心に衝撃をもたらしてくれるでしょう。衝撃の他に何かないのか？
It looks like... Hold on. It looks like it's a... What's it called? It looks like it's an APC with one of those... Like the big drums that the automated like the automated Gatling turrets on like battleships and stuff have. Except it's bubbles. Speed across the battlefield with the remote-controlled Spectrum Bubble Cart. Weave fantastical bubbly clouds and shock your opponents both visually and spiritually. Does it do anything other than shock people?
実用的な効果は特にないようですね。スオミさん、これが欲しいんですか?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it has much practical use. Sumi, do you want one?
あ、はい、欲しいです。多分。
I might want one a little.
本当なのか?
You really do, huh?
やっぱりそうでしたか。好きなら言ってください。何も恥ずかしがることはありませんって。値段は2割引きのたったサルディスゴールド 0.5 オンス。たった。
I knew it. Just say what's on your mind. No need to be embarrassed. Price should be here. After a 20% discount, it's only 0.5 ounce of Sardis gold? Only?
価格もなかなか衝撃的だな。
Certainly shocking in price.
スオミさんにそんなお金が?
Sumi, do you have that much money?
ないと思います。はい、ないです。なので仕方ありません。諦めます。
I don't think I do. Yeah, well then, forget about it. I'll be okay.
コストパフォーマンスに見合わないわね。作戦中における実用性よりも干渉性の方が勝ってる。
These gadgets are rarely efficient investments, and they are unwieldy to employ in actual combat. More flair than practicality.
はい、分かってます、隊長。別にそもそもどうしても欲しいわけでもありませんし。
Yeah, I know. I didn't want it that much in the first place anyway.
戦場で使えないなら攻撃モジュールを外して環境識別性能も落とした上で基地内専用にするのはどうでしょう。私がやってみますよ。
If it's no good on the battlefield, we can remove the offensive modules, tone down the environmental identification functions, and use it only on the MBV? I could try my hand at making one.
本当にいりませんから。
Really, it's okay. Sumi suddenly raises her voice, and a rare frown creases her brow. Perhaps intimidated by her sudden change in tone, Mei Ling just stares at her, eyes gradually beginning to fog up.
ごめんなさい。私は
Sorry, I just wanted to...
いえいえいえ、メイリーさん、違うんです。その私、メイリーさんに迷惑をかけたくなくて。
No, Miss Mei Ling, I didn't... Well, I meant to say... I don't want to trouble you.
そういうことでしたか。大丈夫ですよ。せっかくの欲しいものですもん。パーツは起動基地のと交換して。
Oh, that's what you meant. Don't worry about it. It's not often you want something. I think the parts changed out from the MBV will do.
本当にいいんです。その早く。そう、点検に出ないと。もう今行きますね。メイリーさん、この件については聞かなかったことにしてください。
It's okay, really. We should go to the maintenance room. Let's go, Miss Mei Ling. Never mind all this.
ソミ、もし何か考えがあるのなら教えてくれ。あのバブルカーが欲しいのも特別な効果や使用用途があってのことなんだろ?
Sumi, if you have any ideas, please do tell me. Did you want one of these carts because of a function they have or a specific scenario to apply them to?
いいえ、違います、指揮官。私はただ突然、そう、突然気が迷っただけです。
No, it was nothing. I just had a sudden lapse of judgment.
話が他にないなら、私先に行ってきますね。その皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll be off the maintenance. Thank you, everyone.
泡か。比較的安定した気泡剤とかあるかな。あれ、ソウミさん、待ってください。
For bubbles, I wonder if we have a stable foaming agent. Wait for me, Sumi. Sumi spontaneously dashes out of the room, and Mei Ling soon follows her. I look at the now shut sliding door, a frown upon my face.
スオミ、なんだか変だったな。さっきの戦闘で何か異常でも？
That behavior from Sumi was thoroughly unnatural. Did she behave abnormally in the skirmish just then?
いいえ、作戦中は全くの正常。スオミの態度がおかしくなったのは、あの広告メールを見てからよ。あのバブルカーと何か関係があるのかしら。作戦報告が終わったら、もう一度彼女の状況を確認してくるわ。
No, everything was as normal in combat. The bubble cart in the advertisement prompted this behavior. Most likely. I'll check up on her after submitting the combat report.
いや、私が行こ
う。I should go see her.
指揮官？理由を聞いても。
Might I ask why?
隊員の状況を把握することも指揮官の務めだ。ましてや、スオミの今回の異常は作戦にあまり関係してないように見える。ここは私が対処した方がいいだろ
う。It is my duty as a commander to be keenly aware of how those under my command are doing. What's going with Sumi doesn't seem to be related to combat. Anyway, I'm better suited to handle it.
それに、こういったことの対処には慣れている。君は安心してくれていい。
And I'm quite familiar with situations of this nature. Leave it to me.
ええ。もし助けが必要そうな時はいつでも呼んで。ありがとう、指揮官。
I see. If you need any assistance, contact me at any time. Thank you. As I finish my work in the evening, I prepare to check up on Sumi in my spare time. I walk out the door to find Sumi's diminutive figure outside the central hub. She stands in a corner, facing the wall as she mutters to herself. Sumi, what's she doing here so late?
やっと指揮官と会えたけど、もうこれ以上ここにいるわけには。2ヶ月間、夢みたいだったな。
She's got her little, like, Elmo uniform. The MBV uniform. I can't stall any longer, but after finally meeting the commander, the past 2 months have been like a dream.
グローザさんみたいになれるかも、なんて。やっぱり無理だったよね。それに、なんて言えばいいんだろう。
But expecting to become an exception like Miss Groza was never realistic, and I don't know what to say.
雑談の時にそれとなく聞いてみる？でもみんなと雑談することなんてないし、なら指揮官にだけ言っておくとか。
Should I bring it up if an opportunity arises while chatting? But I don't really chat with the others. Should I tell Commander first?
至急やらなくてはならないことがあるんです。みたいな。ダメだよね。指揮官ならきっと何のことか聞いてくるだろうし。
Maybe I'll say an emergency came up? That's no good. The commander will definitely ask what's happening.
特別な理由があるんです。でもこれじゃ一層気になっちゃいそうな気が。
Because of some extraordinary circumstances. No, doesn't that sound like something that's meant to pique his interest?
ああ、どうしよう。それなら、待って。このまま指揮官と一緒にいて、もしプロトコルに違反したのが分かったら指揮官が危ないし。
What to do? Maybe But if I stay with the commander and the breach of contract gets found out, the commander will be in danger.
もうこんなに長居してるし、万が一。いや、これ以上指揮官に迷惑はかけられない。早く言わなきゃ。
And it's been so long already. No, I can't make more trouble for the commander. I need to tell commander quickly.
私に何を言うんだ？
What did you have to tell me?
指揮官、いつの間に？
When did you get here?
ついさっきだ。私に何か？
Just now. You wanted to talk to me?
いえ、そうでした。指揮官、ちょうどいいところに伝えたいことがあったんです。
No, oh right, yeah, good timing. I have something to tell you.
大事なことなのか？
Is it something important?
はい、とても。
very, very important.
わかった。話してくれ。
Okay, go ahead.
はい指揮官私大変です
Alright. I want to...
Tai?
Want to what?
離れたいんです
I want to...
離れる
Len?
離れ
Her eyes seem to drift away, but she soon clenches her fist as if stealing her resolve and looks straight into my eyes.
目的地まで離れているので到着するまでみんなとゲームがしたいんです
With how much distance there is left to our destination, I want to play some games with everyone. After loudly proclaiming that, she stops in her tracks for a few seconds and slowly covers her mouth with her hands.
私今何を
What did I just say?
ゲームがしたい
You wanted to play games?
ゲームがしたいそうなんですゲームがしたいんです
Games? Oh, yeah, right, games.
目的地までおよそ15時間敵と遭遇する可能性はかなり低いとメイリンは言っていたがそれでも警戒は必要だこんな時に遊ぼうと思った理由を聞いても
We're about 15 hours out. Mailing's intel indicates that the odds of encountering a dangerous enemy are low, but we must remain alert. Could you tell me why you want to play games?
理由はみんなをリラックスさせてあげたくて最近財政が厳しいじゃないですか任務も多いし
Well, it's because I just want everyone to relax a little. Recently, since the finances have been rough recently and everyone's loaded with work...
入ったばかりの頃私が困った場面に出くわすと皆さん助けてくれましただから私みんなを喜ばせたくて
I only just joined up and everyone helped me a ton when I was in a lot of trouble, so I just want everyone to be happy.
そんなに雰囲気が大事なのか
Is atmosphere so important to you?
はいそうです今の皆さんにはリラックスが必要なんですリラックスできればきっと今後のお仕事を断ることもなくなるというか
Yeah, it is. Everyone needs to relax a little, so it'll be easier to accept the work that's upcoming.
みんな仕事を断るようなことはしないだろうがまあリラックスできるのはいいことだよしゲームの準備は君に任せていいだろうか
I don't think anyone here would shirk work, but it's good to relax from time to time. Can I leave the preparations for the games to you?
はい指揮官それとゲームにはぜひ指揮官にも参加してほしいですというより参加してもらわないと意味がないと言いますか
Yes, Commander. Or I wanted you to join in as well, or that you have to play as well, rather. Or there would be no point.
とにかくみんなが必要なんですみんなに参加してもらわないと
Everyone, literally everyone needs to play.
ちなみにどんなゲームなんだ
What sort of game is it?
まだ言えませんまだ準備が必要ででも絶対に危ないものではありませんから
I can't tell you just yet. I need to make some preparations, but I promise you I'm not doing anything dangerous.
わかったメイリンがご飯を食べてもう寝ちゃったから私も休むことにするよ準備が終わったら起こしてくれるか
Alright. Mailing went to sleep after dinner, and I'm going to rest as well. Can you wake us up when you're ready?
わかりました指揮官それではおやすみなさいなるべく早く寝るんですよ
Okay, do try to get some rest. Do try to get some sleep.
ああ善処する
I'll do my best.
すぐに準備してきますゲーム楽しみにしててくださいね
I'll be ready in just a moment. Look forward to the game, alright? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. What is up? I don't know, but something's up. I need to check. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Okay, so basically everything from here on out has something going on. Can we begin? We sit in a circle on the brightly lit rest area floor. Sumi sits neatly on her knees next to me, shuffling a few cards.
まだ参加者が揃ってませんね。
Let's see. We're still missing a few people.
床の上って座りづらいな。冷たいし硬いし。
This floor is terrible to sit on. Cold and hard.
ここのエリア、家具がまだ並べきれていないけど、クッションがあったはずよ。記憶が確かなら。
We haven't laid out the furniture here yet, but there should be some mats. I remember they were... Nemesis, sitting opposite to me, stops Groza as she moves to get up. Nemesis leans over and produces a mat from a pile of miscellaneous objects nearby.
粉砕。大波降り注ぐ石垣。
Shattered crags pouring forth a great tide.
このクッションを私に？ありがとう、ネメシス。
This is for me? Thanks, Nemesis.
お待たせしてすみません、指揮官。メイリーさんがもうすぐ来るはずです。
It won't be too long now, Commander. Mailing should be here any moment.
おはようございます、皆さん。
Good morning, everyone. How did the games yawn make me yawn?
おはよう、メイリン。ちなみに今は夜の11時だ。
Good morning, Mailing. By the way, it's 2300 currently.
まだ夜なんですか。
Why is it still night?
クッション？ありがとう、ネメシスさん。何をするんでしたっけ？確かスオミさんに呼ばれたような。スオミさんは？
Oh, a map? Oh, thanks, Nemesis. What was I doing here again? Sumi wanted me for something? Where's Sumi?
メイリーさん、私ならここです。こちらに座ってください。今からルール説明を行いますので。
I'm here, Miss Mailing. Come sit down. I'm going to start explaining the rules.
ゲームってどんなゲームですか？私も遊びたいです。ソーミさん、もしかしてパズルゲーム大会だったりします？
What? Huh? Game? What game? I want to play a game. Sumi, is it a Tetris tournament?
違います。私たちがこれから始めるのは王様ゲームと呼ばれるものです。見てください。ここにカードが5枚あります。具体的なルールですが。
No, Miss Mailing. We're going to play the king game. See, we have 5 cards here, which...
カード？わかりました。タングラムですね。このカードを使っていろんなものを作るやつ。
Cards? Oh, I know. Is it the tangram stuff? Where you put the cards together to form images?
Nanda.
What?
タングラム。私、ピラミッドとアルパカを作れるので、それなら負けませんよ。このカードを体にして、こうやって。
Tangram. I'm not losing to anyone at that game. I know how to do the pyramid and the llama. See, this card here is the body and...
アルパカ。違います、メイリーさん。
They say alpaca. She says alpaca. Llama? Huh? No, Miss Mailing.
メイリー、スオミの話を最後まで聞きましょう。
Mei Ling, let Sumi finish first.
そうですよね。ごめんなさい。
Oh, right. Sorry.
大丈夫です。どこまで話したんでしたっけ？そう、カード。とにかくこれら5枚のカードには、はい、それぞれ異なるイラストが描かれています。
Don't worry about it. Where was I? Right, the cards. So there are 5 cards here, each with different symbols.
これはなんだ？泣いてる人？
What's this one meant to be? A crying man?
結晶、道筋を改変されし光、
Crystals.
完全にして斬新。
Crystals, light which changes course, whole and new.
ネメシス？あ、もしかしてネメシスのあの仮面？
Nemesis? Oh, is this Nemesis mask?
プリズムです。
The prism.
そう、プリズム。
Right, the prism.
私の絵、そんなにひどいですかね。とにかく他はスパナ、銃弾、ティーカップ、雪に分かれています。
Well, is this one really drawn that badly? Well, the others are respectively a wrench, bullet, teacup, and snowflake.
この青いのが雪でしょうか。私てっきり鬼火かと。
That blue one is a snowflake. No, that blue one is a snowflake? I thought it was some sort of apparition.
私は雪のつもりで描きました。
It was meant to be a snowflake.
そうじゃなくて、ルール説明に戻ります。ゲームには2つのフェーズが存在していて、最初のフェーズでは皆さんの役割を決めます。順番にカードを引いていただいて、引いたカードの絵柄が自分の役割です。そして雪のカードを引いた人が王様となります。
Getting back on track, the game is separated into 2 phases. In phase 1, everyone draws a card and the symbol on the card determines your role. The person with the snowflake card is the king.
王様？権力があるんですか？
The king? That certainly sounds powerful.
はい。第2フェーズでは王様が好きな対象に命令を下すことができるようになります。
Yes, in phase 2, the king can randomly choose someone and order them to do something.
命令。誰にでもできるんですか？例えば指揮官でも？
Order anyone? Even the commander?
はい。プレイヤーであれば誰にでもです。もし命令に従えない場合は、王様の質問に答えてもらうことになりますが、これを拒否することはできません。
Yes, so long as they're a player. If they are not willing to follow the order, they must answer one of the king's questions and cannot refuse.
拒否できない？なんだか少し怖くなってきました。あ、このゲームってまさかスオミさんが指揮官の秘密を聞き出すために。
Cannot refuse? Oh, that sounds scary. Sumi, could it be that you chose this game because you have some secrets you want to dig up?
あ、そうじゃありません。違います、違います。私、別に気になってることなんてありませんし、言いたいことも特にありません。
No, definitely not. I didn't have anything in particular I wanted to know or wanted to say.
私はただ、皆さんにリラックスしてほしくて、このゲームならついでにお互いのことも知れるかなと。
I just wanted everyone to relax, and this game will help everyone get to know each other.
あれ？スオミさん、なんだか様子が変ですよ。表情が硬いというか、いくら普段緊張しやすくても。
Sumi, there's something off with you. Like your expressions are really stiff. Even if you do get nervous easily most of the time.
メイリーさん、何を言っているんですか？緊張なんてしてるわけないじゃないですか。これ以上ないくらいリラックスしてますって。
Miss Malik, what are you saying? I'm not nervous at all. I'm very relaxed.
まさに今が硬いんですけど、まさか表情モジュールに何か異常が？でも午後に検査したばかりのはず。スオミさん、少し頬をつねってみても？ひとまず簡単なチェックを。
Look, your face is stiff right now. Could there be something wrong with the expression module? But we just checked it this afternoon. Sumi, could I have a squeeze of your face? Run a few simple checks.
方法必要ありません。私は正常ですので。
Squeeze my face? No, I'm perfectly fine. You don't need to check anything.
指揮官、スオミの今の態度、もしかしてあの時の異常と関係してるんじゃ。
Commander, could this be related to Sumi's strange behavior earlier?
可能性はある。しばらく様子を見よう。
Possibly. Let's observe for now.
堅実、まとわりつき連結する隠れた剣士。
Solid, entwined links, hidden threads.
なんです剣士って、どういう意味ですか？まとわりつくというのは。ネメシスさんもスオミさんに検査を受けてもらった方がいいと思ってるということでしょうか？
What? Threads? What does that mean? Entwine something. Nemesis, do you think Sumi should get checked as well?
大丈夫だって言ってるじゃないですか。心配いりませんってメイリンさん。
Really, Miss Manning, don't worry, I'm okay.
本当ですか？ではさっきのネメシスさんの言葉はどういう意味なのでしょう？
Really? What did Nemesis mean then?
まとわりつき連結？めんどくさすぎてゲームに参加したくないとか？
Entwined links? Do you mean you don't want to play because it's too much of a pain? Sumi stares at Nemesis with palpable worry in her eyes, mixed with a certain tinge of pain. Nemesis somewhat stiffly shakes her head.
それならよかったです。参加してくれてありがとうございます。
Thank goodness. Thank you for playing. Sumi busily lets out a sigh of relief. Nemesis blinks a couple times, emotionlessly turning away.
私も参加します。ちょうど指揮官に聞きたいことややってほしいことがありますので。
I want to play too. I have a bunch of questions I want to ask Commander and a lot of things I want Commander to do too.
それって？
What do you want with me?
それは私が王様になった時のお楽しみです。指揮官も参加しますよね。
I'll tell you when I get to be king. You'll play too, right?
ああ、グローザも出てくれるな。
Sure. You too, Groza?
わかったわ。
Very well.
やったー！隊長が出てくれるか心配だったんですよ。まさかこんなあっさり行くなんて。
Fantastic. I was worried Leader wouldn't be able to join us. Never imagined it would go this well.
それじゃあ始めようか。
Can we start then?
ちょっと待って。ルールについていくつか確認したいことがあるの。まず、第1フェーズ終了後、みんなが自分のカードを公開する義務はある。
A second. I need to clarify some rules. First, after phase 1 ends, does everyone reveal their card?
それはありません。なので王様が命令するときは誰が何のカードを持ってるか知りません。
No. When the king issues an order to ask... When the king issues an order or asks a question, they won't know what cards the others have.
具体的な対象はわからないわけね。じゃあ、王様がもし命令も質問もしたくない場合はどうなるの？
So the identity of the target is concealed. What if the king does not want to issue an order or ask a question?
そんなことあるのでしょうか。その場合、王様が何も聞きたいことがない場合は、質問者を指名してその人に質問させることができます。
Is that really something that's going to happen? Well, if the king doesn't have anything they want to ask, they can choose someone else to be the questioner.
回答の正しさはどう判断するの？
How do we verify an answer's truthfulness?
正しさ、正しさですか。
Truthfulness?
たかがゲームにデタラメ言うようなことはないだろう。みんなの良心に任せよう。では、もし嘘がバレたら、エルモ号全体の掃除当番を1週間するってのはどうだ？
Well, it's just a game. I don't see a need to lie. Let's just roll it here to the spirit. Yeah, and if you get caught lying, you have to clean the Elmo for a week. That should do it.
エルモ号全体の掃除を1週間も部屋も全部含めてですか？
Clean the Elmo for a week? Every room?
そうだ。
Yes.
ますます怖くなってきました。でもよく考えたらみんなに言えないようなことなんてないはず。はい、きっと大丈夫です。
It just keeps getting scarier. When I really think about it, I don't have anything I really can't tell everyone. Yeah, it should be fine.
わかったわ。それと、王様に指名された人は質問するか命令するか選べる。
I see. After the king chooses a target, can the target choose to carry out an order or answer a question?
それはできません。王様はまず初めに命令しなければならず、断られてようやく質問ができるはずです。はい、そうです。
That is decided by the king, and the order has to be refused first before a question can be asked. I think, yeah.
待ってください。複雑すぎて覚えきれなそうです。その質問にはみんな答えなきゃいけないんでしたっけ？
Hang on a moment. I'm getting confused by all this. Who has to answer the question again?
とにかく一回やってみよう。その方が理解しやすいだろう。
Let's just play around first to familiarize everyone with it.
そうね。
わかりました。一回やればわかるはずですよね。ではまずはじめにカードを。指揮官メイリーさん選んでください。イラストの名前は口に出さないでくださいね。
Oh, alright. I suppose everyone should get it after we play around. So we draw cards first. Commander Miss Mailing, please pick a card. Don't tell us what you got.
それ。雪じゃない。
Oh, Oh, no snowflake.
次にネメシスさんと隊長。指揮官。
It's Nemesis and Leader next. Commander. Yeah?
今私のカードを盗み見ようとしましたね。ダメですよ。
Commander, you were trying to peek at my card, weren't you? None of that.
わかったわかった。
Okay, okay. Nemesis slaps in line, verifies her draw, and covers her card in silence. Sumi looks around to see that no one has declared themselves king. She incredulously flips over the last card in her hand.
まさか本当に私が王様になるなんて。
Could it be? It's true. I'm the king.
こんなにもすぐ機会が巡ってくるなんて。
For an opportunity to come around this fast.
王様の命令は絶対なんでしょ？命令して。
The king's order is absolute. State your wish.
まだ雰囲気が緩みきっていない。でもこのチャンスを逃したら。
The atmosphere isn't as relaxed as it should be. But if I miss this chance...
はい、思いつきました。私の命令は王様になるのを拒否することです。
Okay, I've got it. I decide to reject the mantle of king.
早速放棄しちゃうんですか？でも王様が王様になるのをやめた場合ってどうするんでしたっけ？
Immediately? What were we supposed to do when this happens?
こういう時はみんなが王様に質問ができます。はい、皆さん質問をどうぞ。
When this happens, everyone can ask the king questions. Yeah, ask me whatever you want.
質問?
Ask you?
私が覚えてるのは、王様は命令するか質問しなくてはいけなくて、どっちもしたくない場合は質問させる人を選ぶ必要があるということです。王様が王様になるのを拒否した場合のことは言われてなかった。
I recall the rules were that the target must carry out the king's order or answer the question. If the king does not wish for either, they can appoint another person to be the questioner. Nothing is mentioned about when the king rejects their role.
はい、私もその場合について話された記憶はありません。
Yeah, I don't remember any such rule either.
そうでしたっけ？でもそうだったはずです。私言い忘れてましたかね。
Oh, really? But there should be. Did I forget to mention it?
ルールの追加をする？
Do we need to supplement the rules?
はい追加いや待ってください
Yeah, no, hang on.
いきなりルールを追加したりしたらせっかく和みつつある今の雰囲気を壊すことになるよね
Suddenly making rules addendums would hurt the atmosphere that we've worked so hard to stabilize.
強み粉砕分解飛び散った虚無
Destroy, decompose, a shattered nothingness.
そうか。
Yeah.
大丈夫です
Oh, it's alright.
ネメシスさんつまりそのルールはひとまず追加しない方がいいということでしょうかはい私もそう思います隊長ルールの追加は一旦保留にしておいて命令することにします
Miss Nemesis, do you mean that you think it's better to not amend the rules right now? I think I agree. Later I'll issue an order instead of adding to the rules this time. Misunderstood once again, Nemesis furrows her brow a little. She silently looks away without refuting the conclusions we came to. Sumi lowers her head, breathing in and out, pumping herself up and balling her fists.
よしみんなの心を和やかにしてそれから盛り上げて機会を伺うんだよソミ
Yeah, make everyone comfortable, heat up the atmosphere, and look for an opportunity.
そのはいスパナの人とプリズムの人は勝負をしてください
Let's have a contest between the person with the wrench and the person with the prism.
お、スパナは私だ。
I have the wrench.
指揮官プリズムは私です
Commander, I'm the prism.
はいそれでは指揮官とメイリンさんには勝負をしてもらいます
Okay, Commander and Mei-Ling, you two have a contest of a...
緊張します
Man, I'm nervous.
その雰囲気の盛り上げ対決を
A contest of the... hyping up the atmosphere?
盛り上げ対決
Hyping up the atmosphere?
どうやって競うんですか
How do we compete in that?
はいつまり
Let's say...
強みもしアイデアがないならメイリンと指揮官に決めてもらったらメイリンもさっき指揮官にやらせたいことがあるって言ってたことだし
Sumi, if you can't think of anything at the moment, let's have Mei-Ling and Commander decide. Mei-Ling mentioned before that she had something she wanted the Commander to do. Mei-Ling's eyes light up. Her hand darts up and she smiles wildly at me. An uneasy feeling arises from deep down.
はいありますあります実は指揮官と競ってみたかったんですよねどっちが戦闘中の指令を素早く行えるかを
Yeah, I wanted to see who can react faster while processing combat commands between me and the Commander.
自信があるのはいいことだが、私は作戦の指揮を10年以上やっているんだぞ。本当にそれでいいのか?
Confidence is a good thing, but I've commanded combat operations for more than a dozen years. That's what you want to compete in?
もちろんです指揮官が作戦指揮してるとき私も隣で見てましたからそれに普段はセカンダリレベルでこっそり練習してたん
Well,
で
she
す
seems confident.
今回は負ける気がしません
Yeah, every time you're commanding an operation, I've been observing at close range. I've practiced in the level 2 simulation myself too. I think I have a good chance.
みっともなく負けるところをさらさずに済むよう質問に答えておこうか?
I think I will answer the question then, lest I embarrass myself.
そんな指揮官どうしてはいわかりましたでは指揮官が勝ったら私の一番高い民中を2瓶渡すというのはどうでしょう
This alcoholic. Okay, I know. If you win, you can have my 2 most expensive bottles of rice wine. Oh?
待ってくださいメイリンさんあのお酒はメイリンさんが酔っ払ってる時に抱きかかえながら寝ているのを見たことがありますきっと大好きなものなんですよねそれならゲームの掛け物にしてはいけませんそれも勝率が 5% もない勝負に
Sumi's not pulling any punches. Wait, Miss Mailing, those 2 bottles. You once cradled them throughout the night as you slept when you got drunk once. I'm sure you're quite fond of them and do not think they are something you should be betting. And do not think they are something you should bet on a game. Especially a bet you have a less than 5% chance of winning.
抱きかかえながら寝てた。確かにあのお酒は私のお気に入りですが、指揮官と勝負するチャンスを逃すわけにはいかないのです。大丈夫です。お酒は絶対に守ります。そうなる予感がしますので。
I cradled them. I really do like that wine, but I can't miss out on an opportunity to compete with the commander either. Don't worry, I have a feeling my wine will stay mine.
じゃあ王様に決めてもらいましょう。メイリンと指揮官の勝負内容は作戦の指揮でいいかしら。
Let's have Your Majesty decide then. Mailing in the commander's contest for this round will be commanding operations. Is that okay?
わかりました。ではそうしましょう。きっと皆さんが楽しめるものになるはずです。
Alright, let's do this then. A contest like this should improve everyone's morale.
そうやって喜んでいられるのも今のうちだけだ。魅力的な報酬だが、付近に戦闘できそうな場所はあるのか？
Mailing's happiness might not last very long. Although the price is tempting, there doesn't seem to be any opponents around to fight, right?
朝に近くの生き袋を片付けちゃってますからね。
That's right. The nearby carcasses were already cleared out this morning.
それにもし戦闘で装備が損傷したら、メイリンがより大変になる。
If there's extra equipment damage in combat, you'll have work to do. You'll have more work to do, Mailing.
予定外の仕事なんて考えたくありません。
No more jump scare work. Reminded of her recent working hours, Mailing begins to whimper. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sumi furrows her brow.
指揮官、一度決めた約束は何かトラブルが起きたからといって保護にしていいものではありません。
Commander, we cannot abandon our pledges because of slight difficulties.
付近に戦闘できそうな場所がなくても作戦を行うことはできます。私たちにはそう模擬戦闘が可能なセカンダリレベルがあるのですから。
Even without suitable targets nearby, we can still conduct combat testing. We can use the level 2 simulation.
そうですよ、スオミさん賢い。
Right, you're so smart, Sumi.
どうしたんだ、ソーミ。急にそんなこと言い出すなんて。
What's the matter? Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden, Sumi?
それは盛り上がる対決になると思ったからです。
Because I think this will really give the atmosphere a boost.
その対決が終わったら冷え切るだろうけどな。
I think it's bound to freeze over after the match instead.
セカンダリレベルなら部屋にある端末から入れるわ。それにそこなら損傷も発生しないからメイリンの仕事が増える心配もない。どう指揮官？
The terminus here can access level 2 and the combat simulations will not cause any actual damage that will add to Mailing's workload. What do you think?
わかった。ではそうしよう。ただし、スオミの言う通り、約束は約束だ。私は手加減なんてしないからな。
Bring it on then. Though like Sumi said, a pledge is a pledge. I won't be going easy.
安心してください、指揮官。絶対に取り消したりはしませんので。それではセカンダリレベルの環境設定をしてきますね。
Don't worry, Commander. I don't go back on my word. I'll get started with configuring the level 2 simulated environment.
よし、模擬空間の生成が完了しました。では、まずは私が作戦指揮を行います。いいですか、指揮官。
Okay, simulation loading complete. Okay, can I get started first, Commander? I gesture for her to go ahead. She purses her lips for a moment and gives me another unnerved look before rigidly turning back to the screen. She gazes into it with utmost seriousness, perhaps even viciousness.
緊張するなよ、メイリン。
Don't be so nervous, Mailin.
別に緊張なんかしてません。
I'm not nervous. And I'm guessing this is where the level starts, and there's gonna be a little story afterwards. In which case, I can probably auto this. It's the battle environment I've trained in before. Mei-Ling has really been quietly putting in the work. Now is the time to put my training to the test. Alright then, Commander, I'm starting now. I'm not sorry. I am not sorry, Mei-Ling. Once again, I am not sorry, Mei-Ling. Okay, done. Not bad, I think.
おお、いいシステム評価だ。やるな、メイリン。
Oh, an excellent rating from the system. Good work, Mei-Ling.
動きがテキパキしてて、決断にかかる時間も平均より早いです。
Very clean movements, decision-making time shorter than average.
全力判断と反応速度も悪くないわ。
Tactical awareness and reaction speed both respectable.
ああ、予想を超えてきたことには間違いない。
Above expectations indeed.
これなら指揮官も長期休暇が取れますね。指揮官が休んでる間は私がちゃんと引き継いでおけるので。
Looks like you can take an extended break if you wanted, Commander. While you're resting, I'll handle the work.
スオミさん、どうしたんですか？私の顔に何か？
Sumi, why are you staring? Is there something on my face?
いいえ、ただメイリンさんのようにならなきゃなと。
No, I'm just thinking that I should be like you, Miss Mei-Ling.
私のように？
Like me?
はい、メイリンさんは努力によって目標を達成しました。なので私も見習わなくてはいけません。メイリンさんは本当にすごいです。
Yeah, you achieved your goals through your own effort. I should do that as well. You're very impressive, Miss Mei-Ling.
こんなの誰でもできますって。そこまで褒めてもらわなくてもちょっと照れます。
Yeah, anyone can do these things, you know. You don't need to compliment me like that. It's embarrassing, you know.
掃除を感知。未知なる極限に至れず。
Similar perceptions, incapable of reaching the limits of the unknown.
ネメシスさん、あなたももっと勇敢になるべきだって思いますか？
Miss Nemesis, do you think I should be more courageous as well? Nemesis sighs briefly, nodding.
よし、雰囲気も楽しげになってきた。次のゲームでは状況を見極めてチャンスを逃さないよう頑張るぞ。指揮官、早く始めましょう。
Okay, the atmosphere's getting warmer. I'll have to be more attentive at the next round so I don't miss an opportunity. Commander, please begin combat.
そうですよ、指揮官。環境設定もバッチリ終わっています。
Oh, right. Come on, Commander. I've already set up the combat environment for you.
わかった。油断してられないな、これは。
Okay, looks like I'll have to take this a little seriously.
想定通りの
Listen,
勝利です。
I'm just going to delete you. I'm
本
sorry.
当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Yeah, let's just do it. Just delete Melee. Given extensive experience, I've made some slight modifications to the combats here to give you a bit of challenge. Also ramped up the difficulty level a bit. You ramped up the difficulty by giving me diner gates to fight. Alright, it seems I need to bring out the big guns. Do I? Do I really? It's a bunch of diner gates. I mean, I'm just gonna auto it again because I'm severely over leveled. Because I'm just doing story. I mean, I did all the stages already. I'm just trying to do the story itself, not the actual stage. Oh, never mind. She 100% kills them all. Goodbye. Now let's see Mei Ling's reaction. Alright, so we did this. No, we were here. Yeah, the diner gates, so now we have the actual story. Simulation complete. I leave level 2, bringing the almost alert mode back up to its highest level. My surroundings are bizarrely quiet. I turn to Mei Ling on my side to find her with her mouth ajar in complete silence. Sumi stands by her side, worried. I move my eyes elsewhere, shrugging as Groza casts a somewhat theatrical look my way. Told you it would freeze over. I never expected you would be this terrifying, Commander. Is that kind of reaction speed really human? Are you actually a doll? A doll that specializes in commanding? A doll cannot react and run analysis in so short a time while making perfect tactical decisions, Miss Mei Ling. A commander's abilities are indeed on another level. I thought that this time for sure I'd be able to surprise everyone by winning in a field the commander specializes in, but I never imagined something like this. I'm still too weak. Alright, listen, Mei Ling, you're trying to fight against somebody who who headshot 3 Nidos in under a second while confined in a room with them. Nidos being well known to have been overall faster and stronger than the average Gen 2 T-Dolls. And you thought you could beat that? Along with the long list of other feats. But yeah, no, there was no way. Lore-wise, there's no way, Mei Ling.
君の判断とアイデアも悪くはなかったが、経験が足りなかったな。君さえ良ければ今後実戦指揮を取らせてもいいぞ。グローザ小隊の戦闘のな。
Your awareness and thought processes aren't bad at all. They simply lack experience and repetition. If you'd like, you could join in on real combat operations and support Groza's squad. Real combat? Can I really...
隊長はどう思う？
What do you think, leader?
問題ないわ。よろしくね、メイリー。
No objections. We'll be in your care, Mei-Ling.
隊長。はい。私、みんなの足を引っ張らないようたくさん勉強します。
Leader. Alright, I'll study hard so I don't drag anyone down.
やる気になってくれてよかった。
So long as you're back to your old self.
ありがとうございます、指揮官。今もできますね。かけたお酒を。
Thank you, Commander. The wine, your reward. I'll go grab it for you.
指揮官。
一度取り決めた約束を保護にしてはいけない。報酬もまたゲーム体験の一部である。
We cannot abandon our pledges on a whim. The reward is part of the deal.
その通りです。
That's how it is.
大丈夫です。ちゃんと渡します。約束は約束なので、またお金を貯めて買いますから。
It's fine. It's Commander's. A pledge is a pledge. I'll save up money again.
泣くなメイリン。お酒は一人で飲んだって楽しくない。ここで開けてみんなで遊びながら飲むなんてどうだ？
Don't cry, Mei-Ling. It's no fun drinking by yourself. How about we open it up here and we all share it while we play?
私のお気に入りが。本当に一緒に飲んでいいんですか、指揮官。
My favorite. Huh? Together, can we really do that?
もちろん。
Of course.
指揮官はいい人です。
Commander, you're the best.
私はグラスを取ってくるわ。2つでいいわよね。メイリー、お酒も一緒に持ってくるから場所教えて。
I'll go get some glasses. We should only need 2. Mei-Ling, where did you leave the wine? I'll grab it on the way.
キッチンの棚の一番下の左隅、じゃがいもの入った箱の後ろに隙間があるので、そこに手を入れれば見つかるはずです。
Jesus. The little shelf in the kitchen cupboard, behind the box of potatoes in the leftmost corner, there's a gap. Reach inside and you'll feel it.
随分と深くしまい込んでるんだな。
Hidden that well?
わかったわ。
Alright. Grissa nods and leaves the rest area. With the game on pause, I get up and flex my neck a little, returning to where we were playing previously. Sitting down, I notice that Sumi begins to lightly pat her own cheeks after sitting down.
みんなリラックスしていい雰囲気になってきた。よし、このまま待ってチャンスが来たら。
God, I don't know what you're trying to say. The atmosphere's turning for the better. Everyone's relaxed. Okay, if there's an opportunity later, I've got to say it.
勇気を出して、スミ。
Be
チ
brave.
ャンスを逃しちゃダメ。
Be brave, Sumi. You only get so many chances.
チャンス？何のチャンスですか？
Chance? What chance?
私が離れることを。って、
Chance to tell everyone that I have to leave.
離れる？
Leave?
今度は何から離れるんだ？
Leave what now?
離れるのは、階段から少し離れた休憩室がいいなと。
I wanted to leave my current dorm for one that's a bit further from the stairs.
階段から少し離れた？あ、もしかして私の残業中倉庫と点検室を階段で行き来するのがうるさかったとか？
A bit further from the stairs? Ah, is it the noise I make when I move between the warehouse and maintenance room via the stairs late at night?
いえ、そんなうるさいなんてことは。
No, that's not really it. It's not noisy or anything.
ならなんでなんです？
Why then?
それはジメジメしてるから？
It's because it's a bit wet?
階段に近いと湿りやすいのでしょうか。とりあえず留意しておきますね。ソミさん、もし他に要望やいらないものがあったら教えてくださいね。その方がみんなに快適なお部屋を提供できるので。
Give me a second. Okay. Stairs cause humidity? Well, I'll note that down. Tell me what you like and don't like, Sumi, so I can arrange the best rooms for everyone.
要望ははい、特にありませんね。
Like? Well, I'm not sure if I have anything in particularly. Let me think.
例えば窓の向きとか？
Maybe the direction the window faces?
妖怪、色とりどりの黄金、点々とする光気を跳ね返す。
Dissolving, glistening gold, reflecting, twisting light.
ネメシスさんも部屋を変えたいんですか？
Nemesis, do you want a different room too?
繊細な縄をほどく。
To unravel the elegant knot.
はい？何の縄ですか？縄、つまり縄はしごで出入りできるような部屋がいいということでしょうか？
What not? Not. Do you mean you want a room access via rope ladder? You know, I'm pretty sure Nemesis knows exactly exactly what's going on with Sumi, and she's been trying to tell everyone, but of course, because the way she is stuck talking, we have no idea what she's talking about. Something in Nemesis' eyes dies, and she shakes it. Poor Nemesis.
縄ばしごはさすがに頼りなさすぎるんじゃないか。後期、おそらくは日当たりのいい部屋が欲しいとか。でも機動基地は常に動くものだから日当たりの良し悪しは確保できないな。
A rope ladder can't be any good, can it? A light, a better lit room? With the MBV's moving nature, natural illumination can't be guaranteed. As the end of the room begins to stagnate along with progress, the sliding doors... wait. As the air in the room begins to stagnate along with progress, the sliding doors clattering pierces the veil. Grossa appears with 2 great wine bottles in hand, along with 2 translucent frosted glasses. Oh, welcome back, leader.
この2本でいいのよね、メイリー。
These 2 bottles, right, Mailing?
はい、ありがとうございます、隊長。お酒の時間だと、そうでした。今はもう私のじゃありませんでした。指揮官、これが賭けに勝った報酬です。
Yup, thank you. Time to drink. Oh, right, it's not mine anymore. Commander, your prize.
開けてもらえるか?
Open it for me. Mailing unseals the bottle with a practiced motion, ceremoniously setting 2 cups. The fine clear liquid gives off a delightful aroma as it fills the translucent glasses.
いい香りです。さすがは最高級の原料で醸造したミーチュー。涙が思わず流れ出そうになるほどの香りです。指揮官、こちらを。
What a pleasant flavor. Wow, as expected of rice wine using the finest materials. Just the scent alone is enough to make me want to cry. Here, Commander.
私の分のお酒、ちょっと足りないんじゃないか?
This glass of mine seems a bit meager, no?
いいお酒とはゆっくり飲むものです。次入れるときは多めに入れてあげますね。とりあえず乾杯。
Fine wine is meant to be savored slowly, Commander. I'll pour you some more next time. Cheers! Why was that so crisp? You got another cup.
メイリンが酔ってしまう前に次の番を始めよう、スオミ。
Sumi, let's progress with the next round before Mei-Ling is fully drunk.
次の番。ああ、そうでした。ゲーム。次の番は少々お待ちを。
Game. Right, the game. The next round. Just a second. Sumi returns to her senses, picking up the cards on the ground in a hurry, spilling them across the ground in her hastiness. Groza picks them up, ordering them again before passing them back.
Hi.
Here.
ありがとうございます、隊長。落ち着いて、スオミ。チャンスをじっくりと見極めるの。
Thanks, leader. Calm down, Sumi. Observe, look for an opportunity.
今度は一番最初に引かせてください。じゃあこれ。
My turn. I'm gonna go first. This one.
また雪じゃない。
Oh, no snowflake again.
今回は私だ。
My turn now.
命令と質問どっちにしますか？
Commander, order or question?
そうだな。せっかくのいい酒につまみがないのは少し寂しい。
Let me think. It's rare to have such good rice wine. It's a bit of a shame not to have any side dishes to go with it.
おつまみ。私、隊長の作った枝豆が食べたいです。でも、今すぐ隊長に作ってもらうとなると、さすがに負担ですよね。
Alright, give me a second. I need to double check something. Where is it? Where is it? Huh. That is very odd. Okay. Alright, back to it. Snacks to go with the wine. I want the salted edamame leader makes, but making leader go and make those right now would be unreasonable.
それに今、倉庫に枝豆は一つも残っていない。では誰かに笑い話を披露してもらって、それをつまみとしよう。それじゃあ。
And there isn't a single edamame bean in our pantry. Let's just have someone tell a joke to help the wine down. Let's go with...
笑い話。これはチャンス。このタイミングで言い出せば、きっとみんな私の話をジョークだと思うはず。来て、プリズム。指揮官、プリズムです。
A joke, an opportunity. If I say it now, everyone will think I'm just joking. The Prism, Commander, the Prism.
じゃあ、ティーカップで。
Let's go with the teacup. Oh my, her eyes. Hold on, I did a screech. Alright, hold on, I need to It's the most... She has lost any semblance of hope. Everything has died in her eyes. Teacup, that's not me. I'm the bullet. Not me either.
まさか。
Could it be... That only leaves...
ネメシスさん
Nemesis?
照射真紅の中体雲から漂う木せし者に粘着矮小な粒子
Oh no. Poor Nemesis. Reflections, scarlet ribbons upon floating clouds, affixed of silent things, minute particles.
始まったのか。
That's the beginning?
だと思います。雲についてのお話でしょうか。
I think so. Is it a story about some
希
clouds?
薄な空気、金庫、沈黙、鋭利な石くれ、音もなく瞬く。
Thin air, binding and silent. Sharp stones flickering silently.
神殿、湿潤な門、白い川床に静かな影を落とす。
Extending eraceous algae, silent lilting shadows upon the chalk white riverbed.
藻？なんで藻になったんだ？
Algae? Where did algae come from? Also, why do I have the feeling that what Nemesis says there actually is translations for? It's not just completely random. And what she did is some like really popular joke.
川底に拡散し、自身を映写。互いに牽制する光線。
Diffusing at the bottom, reflecting themselves, held in each other's light.
被覆、鋭利な石、深層を貫き、孤高が点滅する。
Mass stalactites, piercing riddles, flickering arcs of light. Nemesis finishes, failing to suppress a smile as she looks about the room with a twinkle in her eye.
終わっちゃったんですか？
Is that the end?
鋭利な石、真相を貫きってどういう意味ですか？
Stalactites, piercing riddles. What does that mean?
もしかして真相はとても目に痛いとか？
Could it maybe refer to that the truth is often blinding? Mei Ling scrunches up her face, fiddling with her fingers in a futile attempt to make sense of it all. I share a look with Groza, and we begin clapping in unison. Seeing this, realization dawns on Mei Ling's face, and she immediately follows in the applause. Sumi looks left and right in confusion, but eventually begins to tentatively clap.
見事だった。
Beautiful.
はい特に最後がオチがなんというかはい予想外でとっても面白かったです
Yeah, especially that ending. Did not see that one coming. Man, that was funny.
でも私理解できてませんメイリーさん少し説明してもらっても
But I didn't get it. Miss Mei Ling, could you explain the meaning?
説明なんていりませんですおみさん雰囲気です雰囲気を感じるんです
Meaning? The meaning isn't important to me. What's important is that you feel the atmosphere.
雰囲気ですかはあ
The atmosphere. Sumi remains confused as Mei Ling grips her glass tightly in her hands, taking a great mouthful as if to cover up her embarrassment. I hold back laughter as I raise my cup to my lips to find it empty and can only take in a sip of air.
ああ、酒の美味しくなる笑い話だった。この勢いのまま次のゲームを始めよう。
The wine is indeed better with a fine joke. Let's move on to the next round while the going is good.
わかりました次のゲームを
Okay, the next round.
ちょっと雰囲気が複雑になっちゃったけどこんなところで諦めるわけにはいかないのもし次の番で指名されたら拒否して回答するときに言うタイミングを伺おう
The situation is a little complex, but I can't give up just yet. If I'm selected next time, I'll just say no and then look for an opportunity when I'm answering a question.
スオミ、何をブツブツつぶやいてるんだ？
Sumi, what are you murmuring?
言うタイミングをいやなんでもないですよ次はカードを引く順番を変えましょうどうぞ
An opportunity. Oh, it's nothing. This time, let's change the drawing order.
わかった。
Alright.
やった私だ
Oh, that's a nice little art. Sumi's serious face. I was about to say, wait, weren't they sitting on the ground? But no, I noticed. They are on the ground. It's just a really low table. I got it!
王様
Our king?
はいやっと雪を引きました王様が命じます選ばれた者は 私とパズルゲーム対決をしなさい。
Yes, I finally drew the snowflake. Thus is my order. The selected person must face me in Tetris.
やっぱりか。
As expected.
私と対決するのは、
The person...
スパナを選んで。
Wrench.
私が選ぶのはスパナです。
I'll go with wrench. Look at how happy their face is.
はい、私命令を拒む。
It's me. I reject. Both of them begin to celebrate as Mei Ling grabs Sumi in her arms. Sumi suspends her hands in the air awkwardly, the expression of struggle on her countenance.
待ってください、メイリーさん。話して。どうか緩めてください。私と勝負することがどうしてそんなに嬉しいんですか？
Miss Mei Ling, please let go. Why are you so happy when you picked me?
だってスーミさん、へそくりをいっぱい持ってますよね。
Because Sumi has lots of pocket money.
全くありませんけど。
But I don't.
私の目はごまかされませんよ。スーミさん、最近いろいろと買ってますよね。だからきっとへそくりをたくさん持ってるに違いありません。
You can't hide from me. Sumi, you've been buying all sorts of things recently. You gotta have a lot of pocket money, right?
スーミさんが相手なら絶対に私が勝ちますし、そうすればお金がいっぱい手に入ります。
If Sumi's my opponent, if I win, I'll win all the money in the world.
お金？金欠なのか？
Money? Are you short on money, Mei Ling?
聞かないでください。お金は全部使っちゃったんですよ。毎日あんな量の仕事、毎日残業。お酒でもなきゃやってられないです。これもみんな指揮官のせいなんですよ。どこぞの大バカさんのせいで得してた分も全部なくなっちゃいましたし。
You dare ask that question? It's gone, all of it. Every day, work, overtime. Of course I need alcohol. It's all Commander's fault. Give me drink my stock dry.
そんな目で見られても。
Even if you'll look at me.
なあ、わかったメイリー。今から安心して休んでくれ。
Okay, I know. Mei Ling, you can take some time off.
何か
Some
好
nice
きな
time
こ
off.
とをするんだな。エルモ号の仕事はしばらく私がしよ
Go do what you like. I'll take care of the work on the Elmo for now.
う。メイリン？
Mei Ling? The combination of alcohol and holiday puts Mei Ling into a comfortable deep sleep. Gressa lightly pries a bottle from her lap, shaking it. Not a drop inside was left.
ペースが速すぎたみたい。
She went too fast.
本当に休憩が必要なようだ。
She really does need a good rest.
指揮官、さっきの約束はメモしておくわ。財政状況が良くなったらちゃんと果たしてあげて。
Commander, I've noted down your promise in the memo for you. When the financial situation improves, please remember to fulfill it.
メイリンに長期休暇を与える。ああ、忘れないようにする。ネメシス、メイリンを部屋に送ってやれるか。
Give Mei Ling an extended vacation. Got it. I won't forget. Nemesis, could I trouble you to escort Mei Ling back to her room?
キリ、おぼろげな夜行。
Mist, hazy night radiance. Uh-oh.
ネメシス、なんだ、もう少し楽な体勢にしてやれないか。
Nemesis, can you adjust to a position that's a bit more comfortable for her? Nemesis tilted her head slightly and shifted Mei Ling from being carried in her arms to being slung over her shoulder.
それでもいいか。
Well, I guess that works too.
吐いたからまた飲める。
Even after throwing up, I can still drink.
これじゃ もうゲームを続けられない。
But this way the game can't continue.
ひとまず中断だ。グローザ、現在の座標は？
Let's leave it for now. Groza, what's the status of our current coordinates?
GPZZ239 BQAC7F 目的地まで2時間といったところかしら。
Target coordinates GPZZ23Q-B9AC7F. Estimated 2 hours of travel remaining until arrival.
まだ時間はあるが、プレイヤーが欠けてしまっている。今回はこのまま終わりにしようか、ゾミ。
Still some time to go. But we're missing someone from our game already. Can we end it here, Sumi?
終わり？あ、ダメです。
End it? No, not yet.
ダメ？
No.
最後の1回をやりましょう、指揮官。だってまだ皆さんリラックスし足りないはずです。
Let's have one last round, Commander. Right now. Everyone's still not relaxed enough.
でも全員が参加しないと意味がないと言ってたじゃないか。この人数が減ってる状況でもやるつもりか？
But you said before that it loses meaning if not everyone is playing. Should we still continue while missing someone?
はい、1回だけでいいので。
No, one more round, just one more. The sliding door opens up once more as Nemesis returns from hauling Mei-Ling back to her room. She returns to her previous position without hesitation.
終点に未だ至らず、種子は激流の中を漂う。
Okay, I can guess this one. My guess is that she couldn't reach the room because Mei-Ling threw up. See, destination's in unmet. aka she couldn't make it to the room. Seeds float amidst rapids because she threw up, which is the rapids, and the seeds float is the fact that it's because it was all alcohol and it's rice wine, and technically rice is the seed or whatever. Wait, is rice a seed? I don't think rice is a seed. It just means things are floating in rapids, aka she threw up. That's my guess. That's my logic.
おっと、ネメシス、このゲームにやけに積極的なんだな。
Nemesis, am I the only one who feels like you're pretty enthusiastic about this?
そうですよ。ネメシスさんも一回くらいは王様になりたいですよね。
Right, Miss Nemesis wants to be the king for once. Nemesis wants to dismiss the notion, but eventually nods for reasons unknown. Wait, what if she means... Hold on. What if she means, actually, that the goal of the current thing hasn't been reached, and it's currently a lot of just thoughts swirling around in the midst of the chaos that's been happening?
わかった。最後の1回だ。
Alright, one last round then.
はい。ひとまずスパナのカードを抜きました。残った4枚からお引きください。
Okay, I've removed the wrench. Please draw from this set of 4.
今回は私よ。
My turn now.
ではご命令を、隊長。
Your orders, leader? The snowflake card in her hand grows its elegant eyebrows raised slightly, a rare sight.
作戦以外で命令を下すグローザが見られるなんて新鮮だな。
I see Groza's quite inventive in matters unrelated to combat.
確かに決めがたいわ。でも今、ちょっと良さそうなのを思いついたの。選ばれた人には、私のチャグ選びを手伝ってもらう。
A difficult decision indeed, but I think I've come upon a good idea. The selected person must pick out a tea set for me.
それだけか?
Is that all?
それだけ？指揮官、チャグはとても重要なのよ。真剣に選ばないと。
Is that all? Commander, the tea set is a very important item and needs to be chosen carefully.
自分が好きなのを選べばいいだろ?
Just pick the one you like, right?
好きはあくまでも条件の一つ。チャグを選ぶときは、飲み物に合った材質のものを選ばないと。温度に影響して風味が損なわれてしまうんだから。
Preference is only one of the criteria. When choosing a tea set, you need to pay attention to the material of the tea. to the material of the set. It must be suitable for the beverage, or it will affect the temperature and lose its flavor.
チャグの模様と色も飲み物の色や季節に合わせれば味を最大限引き出すことだってできる。
The pattern and color of the tea set should complement the color of the beverage, and it should also match the season of use. This is the only way to fully enhance the flavor of the beverage.
チャグの形と大きさは絶対にないがしろにできないわね。使い心地に影響するもの。指揮官、他に質問は？
The shape and capacity of the tea set must also be considered, as this will affect the user's experience. Commander, do you have any other questions?
ないない。もう完全に理解したとも。
No, I completely understand now.
チャグ選びは確かに重要で厳格に行われなければならない事柄だ。では、私とメイリンのお茶事情を決められる幸せ者を隊長に選んでもらおう。
Choosing a tea set is indeed a very important and serious matter. Leader, please select the lucky one that will determine Meiling's and my drinking experience.
それじゃあ、銃弾で。
Well then, I choose Bullet.
私です。でも。
It's me, but.
ソミ、よーく選んでくれ。
Sumi, I'll leave it with you.
私。
もしかして断りたいの？
Do you intend to refuse? Sumi hesitates as she ponders the card in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely looks up at Groza.
はい、ごめんなさい、隊長。断らせてください。
Yes, sorry, leader, but I must refuse. Sumi is interrupted by a deafening alarm. I reach the rest area's terminal in a couple of strides, accessing the scanner interface. Elids.
軌道基地におびき寄せられたのかも。
Most likely attracted by the MPV.
避けられそうにない。グローザ、作戦準備だ。
No time for evasion. Prepare for combat, Groza.
了解。スオミ、ネメシス、すぐに出るわよ。
Understood. Sumi, Nemesis, we're moving out.
類壁、雷雲を消散させる。
The rampart dispersing thunderclouds.
スオミ？
いえ、わかりました。
Okay. And we're going to stop there. That was this part. So all that's left is these last four. Will Sumi ever get to say what she wants to say? The answer may surprise you. Small savings. 5. Wait, hold on. Let me do the math. It's 450. Wait, no. Yeah, 450 per. And we get what, 700 per ticket? No, we get 780. If we auto 2 of them, is that enough for 5? No. Wait. No, it's only enough for 3. Huh. And if I do one more? Now it's enough for 5. Okay. Alright, officially done with everything that you can fully get for that side. Now I guess the rest of my tickets I'll use for this. When I have the chance. So I want to see what that was about. Thing I just got. I will continue to send these until morale improves. Is it like a new title? Small savings. Emma can have these assets thanks to the commander. Mailing witnesses this. Wait, the Elmo can have these assets thanks to the commander. Mailing witnesses this. Unlocked after earning 1 million Zardoz gold. That's my new thing. I have defended against 0 attacks from other bounty hunters. I've won 41 times. Man, I thought it was higher. Wait, since when have I been stocking up on these? I have 74 of them. You tell me I've had these the whole time. Ooh, cool. Wait, do I get to choose? No, I don't get to choose. Okay, never mind. Anyway, do I have any energy I can quickly spend? I have 40. Well then I guess I might as well start getting Phase Strike. Just start amassing Phase Strike pieces. And now for the last bit, how many of these do I have? 25k? How about these? I guess I'll auto this one once to use up the last bit of energy. And now I will proceed to end stream. Yeah. So it was a nice chill day, you know? Is anyone? Nope, no one is. Okay. Yeah, well, I'll just end. Anyway, thank you all for stopping by. Always really appreciate it. You're just hoping we can make it to 300 before the end of the year, because we only have 7 days. But yeah, anyway, good night. See y'all. Peace. Bye.